Every battle you see in the outside world begins long before the first move is made, before success or failure, before praise or blame, before anyone notices your strength. It begins in silence, inside the space where no one is watching you, where excuses are born, where impulses speak loudly, where comfort tempts you to surrender without a fight, and where discipline is either built or quietly abandoned. You are taught how to compete with others, but rarely how to command yourself, how to chase results, but not how to govern desire, how to endure pressure, but not how to master the voice that whispers, later, tomorrow, not now. So the world feels heavy, progress feels slow, and effort feels endless, not because you lack ability, but because the real battlefield was never outside of you. The Stoics understood this long ago. They knew that the strongest man is not the one who dominates others, but the one who refuses to be ruled by fear, anger, comfort, or impulse. They believed that when the mind is disciplined, life becomes simple, that when the inner world is ordered, the outer world begins to respond, and that self-mastery is not loud but quiet, consistent, and unshakable. This is not about forcing yourself to be harder. It is about becoming clearer, not about punishment, but direction, not about control of the world, but command of your reactions to it. In this lesson, you will learn what it truly means to conquer yourself, to train the mind to stand firm when comfort calls, to act with purpose instead of impulse, and to build a discipline so steady that life no longer throws you off balance. Because when you master the self, the world no longer feels like an enemy. It becomes terrain you can walk calmly, deliberately, and without fear. The shift happens quietly, not with a dramatic decision or a loud failure, but with a soft agreement you barely notice yourself making. After understanding that the real battlefield lives within you, the next truth reveals itself almost uninvited. Most defeats do not come from chaos or hardship, but from comfort that goes unquestioned. This is where discipline first weakens, not through pain, but through ease. Comfort feels harmless. It presents itself as a reward, a break, something you've earned, a longer sleep, a skipped effort, a small distraction after a long day. None of these choices look dangerous on their own. In fact, they often feel reasonable, even necessary. The problem is not the comfort itself, but the lack of awareness around it. When comfort is no longer chosen, but automatic, it begins to rule you. And what rules you slowly owns you. The mind is especially vulnerable here because it loves relief. It seeks the fastest way out of tension, effort, or uncertainty. This is not a moral failure. It is biology. The brain is designed to conserve energy, to avoid discomfort, to repeat what feels good. But discipline is not built on what feels good. It is built on conscious choice. When small comforts are taken without thought, the mind stops asking important questions. Is this necessary? Is this helping or weakening me? Am I choosing this or avoiding something? Without those questions, sovereignty over the self begins to slip. This loss rarely feels like loss. It feels like peace. It feels like balance. But underneath it, something is eroding. The ability to stay present when things feel dull. The strength to continue when motivation fades. The patience to sit with discomfort without immediately escaping it. Over time, the mind becomes trained to expect ease. And when ease becomes the expectation, effort starts to feel offensive. What once felt like discipline begins to feel like punishment. The Stoics warned about this long before modern distractions existed. They understood that comfort, when unexamined, dulls perception. It softens the edge of attention. It turns desire into habit. A man who cannot resist small comforts will eventually struggle with larger ones, not because he is weak, but because he has practiced surrender in small, daily ways. Each indulgence teaches the mind a lesson. Either I can endure without relief, or I must escape the moment I feel tension. The mind always learns something, whether you intend it to or not. What makes this dangerous is how invisible it is. There is no clear moment where you can say, "This is where I lost control." It happens through patterns, reaching for stimulation instead of silence, choosing distraction instead of reflection, avoiding effort under the label of self-care. Rest becomes avoidance, pleasure becomes necessity, and gradually the inner voice that once guided you grows quieter, replaced by impulse and habit. Inner sovereignty is the ability to choose your response regardless of circumstance. It is the freedom to act according to principle, not mood. Unexamined comfort steals this freedom by narrowing your options. When you always seek ease, your range of action shrinks. You stop trusting yourself to endure discomfort. You begin to doubt your ability to hold tension. And once that trust is gone, discipline feels foreign, even hostile. This does not mean rejecting comfort entirely. The Stoics did not glorify suffering for its own sake. They believed in balance, but balance requires awareness. Comfort must be intentional, not automatic. Chosen, not default. The moment you stop noticing your comforts is the moment they begin to control you. Awareness restores choice. Choice restores sovereignty. Regaining that sovereignty starts with observation. Notice where relief appears in your day. Notice what you reach for when things feel heavy, slow, or uncertain. Notice how quickly the mind seeks escape, not to judge it, but to understand it. Every moment of awareness weakens the grip of habit. Every conscious pause interrupts the automatic cycle. Discipline grows in these small pauses, in choosing to stay a little longer with effort, in delaying relief, not denying it forever, in proving to yourself that discomfort is survivable. Each time you do this, the mind learns a new lesson. I am not ruled by impulse. That lesson compounds. Slowly, quietly, it rebuilds inner authority. As comfort loses its tyranny, something unexpected happens. Life feels lighter, not heavier. Effort feels cleaner. Rest feels earned again. And discipline stops feeling like resistance and starts feeling like alignment. You are no longer fighting yourself. You are leading yourself. And that leadership, once reclaimed, prepares you for the next challenge within. The moment when desire and impulse attempt to speak louder than reason, testing whether the mind truly answers to you. As comfort loosens its grip, a different challenge rises to the surface. When you stop escaping discomfort, you begin to feel things more clearly. Emotions grow louder. Reactions arrive faster. The mind, no longer numbed by ease, starts revealing its deeper currents. This is where many people mistake intensity for truth and reaction for honesty. And this is where another form of inner power must be learned. There is a quiet strength that few people recognize until they lose it. The strength to feel without being dragged, to notice emotion without becoming it. Most people live as if every feeling deserves immediate obedience. Anger must be expressed. Sadness must be indulged. Excitement must be chased. But emotional neutrality is not about denying what you feel. It is about refusing to let emotion become the commander of your actions. Emotions are signals, not orders. They rise to communicate something, not to control you. When anger appears, it is pointing to a boundary. When fear surfaces, it is highlighting uncertainty. When pleasure calls, it is reminding you of desire. But signals are meant to be read, not followed blindly. Emotional neutrality is the ability to receive these signals calmly, without rushing to react. It is the space between feeling and doing. And that space is where power lives. Many people confuse neutrality with suppression because they have only known two modes: expression or avoidance. Either emotions explode outward or they are pushed down and ignored. Both lead to the same outcome: loss of control. Suppression does not eliminate emotion. It buries it, where it gathers pressure and returns stronger. Neutrality does the opposite. It allows emotion to pass through awareness without resistance or indulgence. Nothing is bottled up. Nothing is acted out. The emotion completes its cycle and fades. This is difficult because emotion carries urgency. It demands action. It whispers stories. It frames situations in extremes. Emotional neutrality requires patience in the face of that urgency. It asks you to sit with the feeling long enough for clarity to emerge. Most emotions peak quickly and dissolve if they are not fed. Reaction feeds them. Stories feed them. Identification feeds them. Neutral attention starves them of fuel. When you practice this, something changes in how you move through the world. Triggers lose their grip. Other people's moods stop dictating yours. Situations that once pulled you into drama begin to feel manageable, not because you care less, but because you see more clearly. Emotional neutrality sharpens perception. It removes the fog that reaction creates. The Stoics believed that suffering comes not from events, but from the judgments we attach to them. Emotional neutrality weakens those judgments. When you stop labeling experiences as good or bad in the moment, you gain the ability to respond wisely instead of emotionally. This does not make you cold. It makes you steady. And steadiness is what allows compassion, fairness, and courage to function properly. This steadiness also protects your energy. Emotional reactions are exhausting. They drain attention, disrupt focus, and pull you away from what matters. Neutrality conserves that energy. It keeps the mind centered. It allows you to stay present without being overwhelmed. Over time, this becomes a form of emotional endurance. You can face difficult conversations, uncomfortable truths, and unpredictable situations without losing balance. Another hidden benefit is self-trust. When you no longer react impulsively, you begin to trust your responses. You know that what you choose to say or do comes from clarity, not heat. This builds confidence that does not depend on mood. It creates a sense of internal reliability. You become someone who can be counted on, including by yourself. Emotional neutrality also reshapes relationships. When you stop reacting, conflicts soften. Tension loses momentum. Other people feel less threatened and more heard. Neutral presence has a calming effect, not because it is passive, but because it is grounded. It refuses to escalate. It refuses to mirror chaos. This often invites the same calm in others, even if they don't realize why. Practicing this begins with awareness of the body. Emotions show up physically before they become thoughts. Tightness in the chest, heat in the face, restlessness in the limbs. Noticing these sensations without labeling them gives you a head start. It allows you to stay with the experience instead of being swept away by it. Breathing slows the system. Attention stabilizes it. From there, choice becomes possible. As emotional neutrality strengthens, discipline deepens. You are no longer driven by how you feel in the moment. You act based on what you've chosen to value. Comfort no longer controls you, and neither does emotion. Together, these skills form a foundation of inner command. And with that command in place, the next test emerges. The challenge of remaining disciplined when motivation disappears and nothing inside you wants to move forward. As emotional reactions settle and the mind learns to stay steady without being pulled in every direction, another obstacle quietly steps forward. It doesn't shout. It doesn't threaten. It simply waits. Boredom. The empty space where nothing feels urgent, exciting, or rewarding. This is where many people unknowingly give up their power, not because the task is hard, but because it feels dull. There is a moment in every disciplined life where progress slows and stimulation fades. No applause, no rush, no emotional payoff, just repetition, silence, and time passing. Most people mistake this moment for a sign that something is wrong. They assume boredom means misalignment, lack of passion, or wasted effort. In reality, boredom is the doorway to mastery, and how you respond to it determines whether discipline becomes permanent or collapses. Boredom exposes dependency. It reveals how much you rely on stimulation to move forward. When excitement is gone, what remains is your relationship with effort itself. Can you continue without novelty? Can you stay present without reward? Can you act without emotional engagement? These questions are uncomfortable because they strip away illusion. They show whether your discipline is internal or borrowed from motivation. The mind resists boredom because boredom feels like emptiness. It feels like nothing is happening. But mastery grows precisely in these moments, when repetition becomes familiar, when progress is invisible, when the work no longer entertains you. This is when the nervous system learns stability. This is when the mind stops chasing and starts committing. Boredom trains patience, and patience is the engine of long-term excellence. Most distractions exist to save you from boredom. Phones, noise, constant input. They give the mind something to chew on so it doesn't have to sit with stillness. But stillness is where depth forms. When you remove constant stimulation, the mind begins to slow. It starts noticing details, subtle improvements, small adjustments. This is how skill sharpens, not through excitement, but through attention. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They embraced routine, simplicity, and repetition, not because they lacked imagination, but because they understood the cost of constant stimulation. A mind that cannot tolerate boredom will always seek escape, and a mind that seeks escape cannot stay with anything long enough to master it. It jumps, it abandons, it looks for the next thing. Over time, this creates a pattern of shallow effort and unfinished growth. Boredom tolerance is also emotional training. When you stay with a dull moment instead of fleeing it, you build emotional resilience. You teach yourself that discomfort does not require action, that restlessness does not need relief. This directly strengthens discipline, because discipline often means doing what is necessary even when nothing inside you feels engaged. There is also freedom hidden in boredom. When you stop needing constant stimulation, your dependence on external conditions weakens. You become less reactive to your environment. You don't need perfect circumstances to function. You can work in silence. You can think without noise. You can wait without anxiety. This independence is rare, and it gives you an advantage in a world addicted to distraction. Boredom also reveals identity. When nothing is happening, who are you? Without stimulation, without reaction, without emotional highs, the self becomes visible. Many people avoid boredom because it brings them face to face with themselves, but this confrontation is necessary. Mastery requires self-knowledge, and self-knowledge grows in quiet, uneventful moments. Training boredom, tolerance, does not mean forcing yourself into misery. It means staying present when the mind wants to leave. It means finishing a task even when it feels repetitive. It means allowing silence without immediately filling it. Over time, boredom transforms. It becomes calm. It becomes focus. It becomes depth. What once felt empty begins to feel spacious. As this tolerance grows, discipline stops, depending on feeling ready. You no longer wait for motivation to arrive. You act because action is part of who you are. This is a shift from emotional discipline to structural discipline. You move because it is time to move. You work because the work exists. No drama, no negotiation. With comfort no longer ruling you, emotions no longer commanding you, and boredom no longer scaring you away, the mind becomes grounded, stable, reliable. This sets the stage for the next challenge, learning how to act consistently even when progress feels invisible, and how to trust effort when results refuse to show themselves. When boredom no longer drives you to escape, something subtle but powerful begins to emerge. Space. Space between a thought and an action. Space between a feeling and a response. In that space, discipline is either claimed or lost. This is where the next level of self-mastery reveals itself, not through force, but through restraint. Most reactions happen faster than awareness. A comment triggers irritation. A delay sparks anxiety. A challenge provokes defensiveness. The body tightens, the mind races, and action follows almost instantly. Later, reflection arrives, usually too late. The cost of these moments is not always dramatic, but it accumulates. Words spoken that cannot be taken back. Decisions made from emotion. Energy wasted on battles that never needed to happen. The discipline of not reacting immediately is not about silence or passivity. It is about timing, about refusing to let the first impulse decide the outcome. Impulses are often loud, emotional, and short-sighted. They are shaped by habit, mood, and past experience. When you obey them without pause, you surrender choice. When you delay, even briefly, you reclaim control. This pause does something critical. It interrupts the automatic pattern. It allows the nervous system to settle just enough for clarity to appear. Often, the intensity that demanded action fades within seconds. What felt urgent loses its grip. What seemed personal becomes neutral. This delay is small, but its impact is enormous. It turns reaction into response. The Stoics placed great value on this pause. They understood that most regret comes not from what happens to us, but from how quickly we answer it. Anger, in particular, thrives on speed. It feeds on immediacy. Slow it down, and it weakens. The same is true for fear, pride, and defensiveness. These emotions lose power when they are not obeyed instantly. Practicing this discipline reshapes the mind. You begin to notice the moment an impulse arises, a tightening in the chest, a rush of heat, a sharp thought. Instead of acting, you observe. This observation creates distance, and distance creates choice. You are no longer inside the reaction. You are watching it. From there, reason can enter. This does not mean suppressing expression forever. It means choosing the right moment and the right form. Some things are better addressed later. Some issues resolve themselves if left alone. Some reactions, when examined, reveal that they were never necessary. By delaying, you filter what deserves action from what does not. Over time, this practice builds emotional authority. You become someone who is not easily provoked, not because you are indifferent, but because you are grounded. Other people feel this. It changes how they interact with you. Conflicts de-escalate. Manipulation loses effectiveness. Drama finds no traction. This discipline also protects your energy. Immediate reactions drain focus and momentum. They pull you away from your path. Delayed responses keep you aligned. They allow you to conserve attention for what matters. Instead of reacting to everything, you choose where to engage. This selectivity strengthens discipline across all areas of life. There is also humility in delay. It acknowledges that your first impression may be incomplete, that emotions distort perception, that clarity often arrives after intensity passes. This humility is not weakness, it is wisdom. It keeps you from acting on assumptions and half-formed conclusions. Training this skill starts small, pausing before replying, taking a breath before deciding, letting a moment pass before responding to provocation. These pauses feel uncomfortable at first. The mind wants closure, it wants relief. But with practice, the pause becomes natural, it becomes a reflex, and that reflex becomes a shield. As this discipline strengthens, you notice a shift. Life feels less reactive, less chaotic. You are no longer pulled into every current. You stand still while situations move around you. This stillness is not stagnation. It is control. With comfort questioned, emotions steadied, boredom endured, and reactions delayed, discipline is no longer about effort alone. It becomes about awareness. And from this awareness, a deeper challenge appears. Learning how to maintain self-respect and inner order when no one is watching and when the reward is not immediate. Once reactions slow and choices become deliberate, a quieter question begins to surface. Not about what others think of you and not about how you feel in the moment, but about how you treat yourself when there is no pressure forcing your hand. This is where discipline becomes personal. This is where self-respect stops being an idea and starts becoming a practice. Most people think self-respect is a feeling, something that appears when life is going well, when confidence is high, when others approve. But feelings are unstable. They rise and fall with mood, circumstance, and outcome. If self-respect depends on how you feel, it will disappear the moment things get uncomfortable. The Stoics understood something deeper. Self-respect is built through action, not emotion. It is the result of how consistently you live according to your own standards. Every day presents small choices that shape this relationship with yourself. Waking up when you said you would. Finishing what you started. Speaking honestly instead of conveniently. Acting in private the same way you would in public. None of these actions feel dramatic. No one applauds them. But each one sends a message inward. Either, I can trust myself, or my words don't matter. Over time, these messages accumulate, and they define how you see yourself. Self-respect grows when your actions align with your values, especially when it would be easier not to follow through. This alignment creates internal stability. You stop relying on motivation or mood because your behavior is guided by principle. Even on difficult days, you know where you stand with yourself. That clarity is grounding. It removes inner conflict. You are no longer negotiating with your conscience. Many people chase confidence without realizing that confidence is a byproduct of self-respect. When you keep promises to yourself, even small ones, trust forms. That trust becomes quiet confidence, not arrogance, not performance, just a steady sense that you can rely on your own word. Without this trust, discipline feels forced. With it, discipline feels natural. Self-respect also shapes boundaries. When you value your time and energy, you stop offering them carelessly. You become more selective, not out of selfishness, but out of clarity. You know what aligns with you and what doesn't. Saying no becomes easier because you are not trying to please at the expense of yourself. This protects your focus and preserves your integrity. There is also courage in daily self-respect. It often requires choosing the harder path, speaking up when silence would be safer, walking away when staying would be more comfortable, admitting mistakes instead of hiding them. These choices strengthen character. They remind you that your worth is not dependent on approval, but on honesty and consistency. The absence of self-respect shows up subtly. Procrastination, self-betrayal, ignoring responsibilities, saying yes when you mean no. Each instance weakens inner authority. Over time, this creates friction inside, a sense of dissatisfaction that cannot be explained by external circumstances. The mind becomes restless because it knows something is off. Restoring self-respect often resolves this restlessness without changing anything external. Practicing self-respect daily requires awareness, not perfection, but intention. You will fail at times. Everyone does. The key is response. Do you rationalize and move on, or do you correct course? Self-respect is not about never falling short. It is about returning to alignment quickly and honestly. Repair builds strength just as much as consistency. This practice also changes how you handle discipline. Discipline stops feeling like punishment and starts feeling like care. You follow through not because you are harsh with yourself, but because you value yourself. You rest when rest is needed. You push when effort is required. Both are acts of respect when chosen consciously. As this way of living settles in, the inner dialogue changes. The constant self-criticism softens. Doubt loses volume. You no longer need external validation to feel steady. Your actions speak internally. They confirm who you are becoming. With self-respect rooted in daily practice, discipline gains depth. It is no longer about control alone, but about dignity. And once dignity is established within, the next challenge appears naturally, learning how to strengthen yourself through chosen difficulty, rather than waiting for hardship to force growth upon you. When self-respect is no longer dependent on comfort or praise, a strange confidence begins to form. You no longer feel fragile. You no longer need life to be easy in order to function well. And from that stability, a deeper opportunity appears, one that most people avoid, but the Stoics deliberately sought: the choice to become stronger before life demands it. Life will bring hardship whether you ask for it or not. Loss, pressure, uncertainty, pain. None of these require permission. But waiting for hardship to shape you is a passive way to grow. It leaves you reacting instead of preparing. Voluntary disadvantage flips this relationship. Instead of being shaped by difficulty, you shape yourself through it. Chosen hardship is not about suffering for pride. It is about training the mind to remain steady when conditions are not ideal. Cold instead of warmth. Simplicity instead of excess. Effort instead of ease. These experiences strip away dependence on comfort and reveal what you actually need to function. Most people overestimate how much they require to be okay. Voluntary discomfort proves otherwise. The Stoics practiced this regularly. They slept on hard surfaces, ate simple food, exposed themselves to discomfort, not because they hated pleasure, but because they refused to become enslaved by it. They understood that the fear of hardship is often worse than hardship itself. When you practice difficulty on your own terms, fear loses its grip. There is a psychological shift that happens when you choose discomfort. The mind stops viewing difficulty as a threat and starts seeing it as information. You learn what you can endure. You discover that discomfort rises, peaks, and passes. This realization builds resilience. It tells the nervous system, I can handle more than I thought. That belief carries into every part of life. Voluntary disadvantage also sharpens gratitude. Comfort becomes visible again. Warmth feels warmer. Rest feels earned. Simplicity restores appreciation. When everything is always easy, nothing feels valuable. Difficulty restores contrast. It brings clarity back to experience. This practice strengthens discipline because it removes dependency on ideal conditions. You learn to act even when things are uncomfortable. You stop waiting for the right mood, the right environment, the right level of motivation. Action becomes internal, not conditional. This is a critical shift. Most people fail not because they lack ability, but because they only move when conditions feel supportive. Chosen hardship also quiets entitlement. When you willingly accept discomfort, you stop expecting life to cater to you. This doesn't make you harsh, it makes you realistic. You stop being surprised by difficulty. When challenges arise, you recognize them as part of the path, not an injustice. This mindset preserves emotional energy and prevents resentment. There is also humility in this practice. Hardship reminds you of limits. It grounds the ego. It shows you that strength is built, not assumed. This humility keeps discipline clean. You are not proving anything to others. You are training yourself for life as it is, not as you wish it to be. Voluntary disadvantage does not require extreme acts. It lives in small decisions. Choosing effort when ease is available, limiting excess, facing discomfort instead of escaping it. These choices are quiet. No one sees them. That is why they work. They strengthen inner authority without external reward. Over time, something powerful happens. Fear of loss weakens. You know you can function with less. You know you can endure discomfort. This freedom is profound. It removes anxiety about future hardship. You stop clinging. You stop negotiating with fear. You stand on your own ability to adapt. This does not mean rejecting joy or comfort forever. It means choosing them consciously. Enjoyment becomes appreciation, not dependency. Comfort becomes rest, not escape. Because you know you can live without them, you can enjoy them without fear. As this training continues, discipline becomes calm, confident, quiet. You no longer flinch at difficulty. You meet it with readiness. And with this readiness, another challenge emerges naturally. The realization that true strength also requires knowing when not to explain yourself, when silence preserves power, and when restraint speaks louder than words. When chosen hardship becomes familiar, something else begins to fall away without effort. The urge to defend yourself, the need to justify every choice, the habit of explaining who you are, why you did something, or why you deserve understanding. Strength has a way of making certain noises unnecessary. And one of the quiet signs of inner power is knowing when silence is enough. Most people explain too much because they are seeking relief. Relief from doubt, relief from judgment, relief from the discomfort of being misunderstood. Explanation becomes a way to manage anxiety. It is an attempt to control how others see you so you don't have to sit with uncertainty. But the more you explain, the more you reveal where your confidence actually lives. Excess explanation often signals that approval still matters too much. That inner certainty has not fully formed. When you trust your choices, you don't rush to defend them. When you respect yourself, you don't need constant validation. This doesn't mean you never explain. It means you explain when it serves clarity, not when it serves insecurity. The mind feels exposed when it is not understood. It wants to close that gap quickly. Words become armor. Justifications become shields. But over-explaining weakens your position instead of strengthening it. It tells others that your stance is negotiable, that you are unsure, that pressure might move you. Silence, when grounded, communicates the opposite. The Stoics valued restraint in speech for this reason. They believed that words should follow judgment, not emotion. When explanation is driven by fear, it carries that energy with it. People sense it. It invites questioning. It invites challenge. Calm brevity, on the other hand, signals confidence. It shows that you are not shaken by disagreement. There is also a hidden cost to constant explanation. It pulls you out of alignment. Instead of standing in your decision, you step into reaction. You start managing perceptions instead of maintaining integrity. Over time, this creates exhaustion. You feel the need to perform yourself, to keep others comfortable with who you are. This is a subtle form of self-betrayal. Inner strength does not require constant narration. Your actions speak. Consistency speaks. Time speaks. When your life reflects your values, explanation becomes optional. People may not always agree with you, but agreement is not the goal. Respect is. And respect grows when your behavior is steady, not when your words are excessive. Excess explanation also dilutes meaning. The more you say, the less weight each word carries. When everything is justified, nothing feels firm. Strong communication is often minimal, clear, direct. It leaves space. That space allows others to process without being pushed. It also protects your energy. Learning this discipline requires tolerating discomfort. Silence can feel risky. It can feel like exposure. The mind worries about being judged, misinterpreted, or dismissed. But staying quiet teaches you something important. You learn that you survive misunderstanding, that you do not collapse when others disapprove, that your worth does not depend on being fully seen by everyone. This does not mean becoming distant or cold. It means choosing intention over impulse. Speaking when it adds value. Remaining quiet when words would only serve the ego. This discernment sharpens self-command. It aligns speech with principle. As you practice this, you notice a shift. Conversations become cleaner. Boundaries become clearer. You stop arguing for your existence. You stop defending choices that already feel right. This creates inner calm. The mental noise of self-justification fades. There is also dignity in restraint. It shows that you are not desperate to be understood, that you trust time to reveal truth, that you are willing to let others think what they will. This dignity is felt, not announced. With comfort no longer ruling you, emotions no longer dragging you, boredom no longer scaring you, reactions delayed, self-respect practiced, hardship chosen, and speech restrained. Discipline becomes deeply rooted. It is no longer something you perform. It is something you embody. And from this embodiment arises the next test: learning how to end the constant internal negotiations that quietly drain your will and fragment your focus. When the need to explain yourself fades, another voice becomes easier to hear. Not the loud one that reacts to the world, but the quieter one that argues with you internally, the endless back and forth before action, the bargaining, the delays disguised as reasoning. This is the final place where discipline is often lost, not through weakness, but through negotiation. Most people don't fail because they refuse to act. They fail because they keep discussing action with themselves. I'll start later. I deserve a break. I'll do it when I feel ready. These thoughts sound reasonable. They feel gentle. They pretend to be self-awareness. In truth, they are avoidance wearing a calm voice. Internal negotiation is the mind's way of postponing discomfort while still feeling responsible. Every time you negotiate with yourself, you weaken authority. You turn a decision into a debate, and debates require energy. The more you debate, the more tired you become before you even begin. Discipline does not survive endless discussion. It survives clarity. The Stoics believe that once reason has decided, action should follow without argument. Not harshly, not emotionally, simply cleanly. Decision, then movement. Internal negotiation keeps you stuck between intention and execution. It creates friction where none is needed. Over time, this friction becomes habit. You start expecting resistance from yourself, and expecting resistance makes resistance stronger. Internal negotiations often begin with emotion, tiredness, doubt, desire. The mind tries to protect itself from effort by reopening the decision. It asks for exceptions. It reframes commitment as optional. This feels compassionate, but it quietly erodes self-trust. Each time you talk yourself out of something you already chose, you teach the mind that your word is flexible. This does not mean ignoring your limits. There is a difference between adjustment and negotiation. Adjustment happens before commitment. Negotiation happens after. Once you have decided, reopening the question trains inconsistency. The mind learns that discomfort is a signal to pause, not to proceed. This is dangerous because discomfort is often the doorway to growth. Ending internal negotiations requires simplicity, fewer rules, clear standards. When rules are vague, negotiation fills the gap. When standards are clear, there is nothing to discuss. You act because this is what you do, not because you feel like it. Not because conditions are perfect, because alignment matters more than comfort. This shift feels uncomfortable at first. The mind resists losing its escape routes. It wants flexibility. It wants options. But too many options create paralysis. Discipline thrives on structure. Structure removes emotional debate. It frees energy for execution. One powerful way to end negotiation is to separate decision time from action time. Decide calmly. Decide deliberately. Then, when the moment comes, do not decide again. Action becomes mechanical, almost boring. And that is good. It means discipline is working. Internal negotiation also feeds identity confusion. When you constantly argue with yourself, you don't know who is in charge, the part that wants growth or the part that wants relief. Ending negotiation clarifies leadership. You become the one who sets direction, not the one who reacts to inner noise. This does not make life rigid, it makes it peaceful, Fewer arguments inside means more quiet, more focus, less self-frustration. You stop wasting energy convincing yourself to do what you already know matters. Over time, this practice creates momentum. Momentum reduces resistance. Resistance fades when action becomes routine. What once felt like effort becomes normal. This is how discipline compounds. Not through intensity, but through consistency without debate. The Stoics did not rely on willpower. They relied on order. Order in thought, order in choice, order in action. Ending internal negotiations is an act of order. It tells the mind, decisions are respected here. As this order settles in, something changes in how you experience effort. It no longer feels like a fight. It feels like alignment. You move because movement is part of who you are. And from this alignment, the next challenge appears naturally. Learning how to let go of the need for closure, and how strength grows when you stop needing every story to be finished or explained. When internal negotiations finally quiet down, the mind feels cleaner. Decisions are made. Action follows. There is less noise inside. Yet even in this clarity, another attachment often hides in plain sight. The need to finish every emotional story. The urge to understand, resolve, and close every open loop. What feels like healing is often something else entirely. There is a subtle craving behind the search for closure, a belief that peace arrives only after answers do, that calm depends on explanation, that acceptance must be earned through understanding. This belief sounds reasonable, even mature. In reality, it can quietly bind you to the very thing you are trying to move past. Seeking closure often keeps attention anchored in the past. The mind revisits conversations, replays moments, and imagines alternative endings. It tells itself this is reflection, but the body feels the cost. Tension returns, emotion resurfaces, energy drains. Closure becomes a moving target, always just one more thought away. The Stoics warned against this kind of dependence. They understood that not all questions are meant to be answered, and not all events are meant to feel resolved. Some experiences are incomplete by nature. Waiting for emotional resolution from the outside gives away inner authority. It places your peace in conditions you do not control. Dependence on closure usually begins with discomfort. Something ended badly. Something was never explained. Someone never said what you hoped they would. The mind wants relief. It wants the story to make sense so the feeling can stop. But feelings do not always dissolve through understanding. Often, they dissolve through acceptance without explanation. The danger of seeking closure is that it delays forward movement. The mind stays in analysis mode instead of action mode. Life continues, but attention remains stuck. Growth slows. Discipline weakens. Not because you are incapable, but because energy is tied up waiting for something that may never come. There is also an emotional bargain hidden here. Once I understand this, I'll be free. Once they explain, I can let go. This bargain hands power to circumstances and other people. It says your inner state depends on external behavior. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They believed freedom comes from deciding how much meaning something gets, not from waiting for meaning to arrive. Closure can also become a way to avoid discomfort. Letting go without explanation feels unfinished. The ego resists that. It wants narrative. It wants justification. But strength is not built through perfect stories. It is built through the ability to walk forward without certainty. Learning to live without closure requires tolerance for ambiguity, the ability to hold unanswered questions without anxiety. This tolerance is a form of emotional independence. It tells the mind that not knowing is survivable, that unfinished stories do not threaten identity, that peace does not require resolution. This does not mean suppressing emotion or pretending nothing mattered. It means allowing feelings to exist without feeding them with story. Emotions pass when they are not reinforced. Closure-seeking reinforces them by keeping attention engaged. Neutral acceptance allows them to fade naturally. There is also dignity in letting go quietly. Not everything deserves analysis. Not every ending deserves explanation. Some chapters close because you stop reading them. This choice restores sovereignty. You decide when something ends, not the situation itself. When you stop seeking closure, energy returns. Focus sharpens. Attention moves forward. You stop rehearsing the past and start inhabiting the present. Discipline benefits because you are no longer divided between what was and what must be done. This shift is uncomfortable at first. The mind feels unfinished. It wants certainty. But with practice, something deeper replaces that certainty. Trust. Trust that you can move on without answers. Trust that clarity emerges through action, not rumination. The Stoics believed that peace comes from accepting reality as it is, not as you wish it had been. Letting go of closure is an act of acceptance. It says, "This happened. I don't need more to continue." As this acceptance settles in, emotional dependence loosens. You stop waiting. You stop hoping for explanations. You stop reopening closed doors. This frees attention for what lies ahead. And with attention finally reclaimed from the past, the next challenge becomes clear. Learning how to conquer the urge to be understood, and how true strength grows when you no longer need others to fully see or validate who you are becoming. When the need for closure loosens, something else begins to surface. A quieter urge, but a powerful one. The desire to be seen clearly, to be understood fully, to have others recognize your intentions, your effort, your depth. This urge feels innocent, even fair, but left unchecked, it becomes another way the inner world hands power outward. Wanting to be understood is natural. Humans are social beings. We want connection. We want resonance. We want to feel known. The problem begins when understanding becomes a requirement for peace, when your sense of stability depends on how accurately others interpret you, when silence, misunderstanding, or indifference feels like a threat instead of a neutral outcome. The urge to be understood often shows up as explanation, correction, or emotional exposure. You clarify your motives. You defend your character. You reveal more than necessary, hoping clarity will bring relief. Sometimes it does, briefly, but soon the urge returns, because understanding from others is never permanent. It shifts with mood, context, and perception. Building peace on it is unstable. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that no matter how clearly you act, someone will misunderstand you. No matter how honest you are, someone will doubt you. No matter how calm you remain, someone will project their own noise onto you. Expecting universal understanding is a quiet form of resistance to reality. This resistance creates tension. You start living with an audience in mind. You adjust behavior not to stay aligned, but to be perceived correctly. Over time, this pulls you away from yourself. You become a translator of your own life. constantly narrating instead of living. There is also vulnerability hidden in this urge. When you need to be understood, you are emotionally exposed to misinterpretation. A careless comment can unsettle you. A lack of response can feel personal. You give others the power to confirm or disturb your inner state. This dependence weakens discipline because attention shifts outward. Conquering this urge does not mean becoming distant or dismissive. It means redefining where understanding matters. Understanding from yourself becomes primary. Understanding from others becomes optional. This shift restores balance. You stop chasing clarity in places where it cannot be guaranteed. Strength grows when you accept that being misunderstood is part of being human. That your job is not to manage every perception, but to act with integrity. When integrity is consistent, misunderstanding loses its sting. You may still feel it, but it no longer dictates behavior. Letting go of this urge also simplifies communication. You speak more directly, you explain less, you allow silence. You trust that those who are meant to understand will, over time, through observation rather than explanation. And those who don't were never the audience you needed. This practice requires emotional maturity. The ego resists being unseen. It wants acknowledgement. It wants confirmation that it exists and matters. But discipline asks a different question. Can you continue without applause? Can you stay aligned without being mirrored? When you answer yes, something liberating happens. You stop performing. You stop oversharing. You stop adjusting your truth to fit someone else's comfort. Your actions become quieter but stronger. You move with less friction. This also protects your energy. Constantly trying to be understood is exhausting. It keeps you in a reactive state. When you release that need, energy returns to action. Focus sharpens. You spend less time explaining and more time building. There is also freedom in accepting partial understanding. People see you through their own lens. That lens is shaped by their experiences, fears, and expectations. You cannot control it. Accepting this removes a heavy burden. You stop trying to correct every assumption. You let others hold their version while you live yours. The Stoics believe that virtue does not require recognition. A good action remains good even if it is misread. A disciplined life remains disciplined even if it goes unnoticed. This belief anchors self-worth internally. It makes discipline resilient. As the urge to be understood fades, inner quiet deepens. You no longer feel the need to prove your intentions. You let actions accumulate. You trust time. You trust consistency. You trust yourself. This trust is powerful because it removes dependency. You are no longer waiting for others to validate your direction. You walk it because it is yours. And from this independence, the next challenge naturally arises. Learning how to recognize when emotional venting, disguised as honesty, quietly weakens inner strength instead of relieving it. When the urge to be understood begins to loosen, another habit comes into focus, one that often hides behind the language of honesty and self-expression. Emotional venting feels healthy on the surface. It feels like release, like clearing pressure from the system. But not every release leads to strength, and not every expression leads to clarity. Emotional venting usually begins with discomfort. Frustration builds. Tension rises. The mind looks for an outlet. Speaking it out loud feels like relief. Sharing the story feels validating. For a moment, the weight lifts. But what happens after that moment is rarely examined. The Stoics would ask a harder question. Does this expression restore control, or does it reinforce dependence? The hidden cost of venting is that it trains the mind to externalize emotional regulation. Instead of learning how to process emotion internally, you learn to offload it. The relief comes not from understanding, but from being witnessed. This creates a subtle dependency. The emotion feels manageable only when shared. When no one is there to listen, it feels heavier. Venting also keeps emotion alive longer than necessary. When you repeat a story, you reactivate the feeling attached to it. The body responds again. The nervous system re-enters the state. What could have passed quietly is reinforced through repetition. The mind mistakes expression for resolution, but resolution requires integration, not rehearsal. There is also a difference between reflection and venting. Reflection creates distance. Venting collapses distance. Reflection observes emotion. Venting relives it. The tone, the language, the emphasis, all of it keeps you inside the experience instead of above it. This weakens emotional neutrality and pulls you back into reaction. The Stoics believed that emotions lose power when examined calmly. Venting often does the opposite. It dramatizes, it sharpens edges, it solidifies identity around feeling. This is what happened to me. This is how I feel. Over time, the story becomes part of who you are. Letting go becomes harder because the emotion has been given a home. Another cost is the erosion of self-command. When venting becomes habitual, the mind learns that emotional discomfort requires immediate expression. There is no pause, no digestion, no restraint. This trains impulsivity at an emotional level. Discipline weakens not because emotion exists, but because it is obeyed too quickly. Venting also shapes relationships in subtle ways. The listener becomes a container, sometimes willingly, sometimes not. Over time, this dynamic can create imbalance. Conversations revolve around release rather than connection. Understanding becomes expectation. Emotional labor becomes assumed. This can strain even strong bonds. There is also a quiet loss of dignity in uncontrolled venting, not because feelings are shameful, but because unfiltered expression often reveals more than is necessary. It exposes rawness without direction. Strength does not require hiding emotion, but it does require choosing how and when emotion is expressed. This does not mean suppressing everything. The Stoics were not advocates of emotional denial. They valued reasoned expression. The difference lies in intention. Are you speaking to gain clarity or to discharge discomfort? Are you seeking insight or seeking relief? These questions change everything. Processing emotion internally builds capacity. It teaches the mind to sit with sensation without panic, to allow feeling without action, to observe without narrating. This strengthens emotional independence. You learn that you can hold discomfort without spreading it outward. When expression is chosen carefully, it becomes constructive. Words are fewer. Language is cleaner. The emotion has been examined before it is shared. This kind of expression deepens connection instead of draining it. It reflects mastery, not overflow. Reducing venting also strengthens discipline in unexpected ways. The mind becomes quieter, less reactive, more stable. You stop feeding emotional loops. Energy that once went into storytelling returns to action. Focus sharpens. Inner authority grows. There is a courage required here. Sitting with emotion alone can feel exposed. The mind wants reassurance. It wants validation. But each time you stay present without venting, you prove something important to yourself. That emotion is survivable, that it does not control you, that you can remain intact without external release. Over time, This practice builds emotional containment, not rigidity, but strength. You choose when to speak. You choose when to stay silent. Emotion becomes information, not identity. As this containment settles in, silence gains depth. Inner dialogue becomes clearer. You are no longer pulled outward by every emotional wave, and in that steadiness, another quiet power begins to form, the authority of silence itself, and the realization that sometimes the strongest response is not expression, but presence without reaction. As emotional venting fades, silence stops feeling empty. It starts to feel solid, supportive, like ground beneath your feet. What once felt like restraint now feels like strength. And slowly, you begin to understand that silence is not the absence of power, but its concentration. Most people fear silence because it offers no immediate relief, no validation, no release. Silence forces you to stay with yourself, with thoughts unfinished, with emotions unresolved, with tension that has nowhere to go. That is why silence feels uncomfortable at first. It removes all the usual exits. But this discomfort is exactly what makes it powerful. Silence creates internal authority because it places responsibility back where it belongs, inside. When you don't rush to speak, explain, defend, or vent, you are choosing self-governance. You are saying, without words, I don't need external confirmation to remain steady. That message is felt deeply by the mind. In silence, reactions lose momentum. Without words to fuel them, emotions settle faster. Thoughts slow down. Perspective widens. You begin to see situations more clearly because you are no longer entangled in immediate expression. Silence gives events room to reveal their true size. Many things that feel urgent shrink when left unspoken. The Stoics practiced silence as discipline. They understood that speech can scatter energy while silence gathers it. When you speak too quickly, you give pieces of yourself away. When you stay silent intentionally, you retain coherence. Your inner world stays organized. Your attention stays intact. Silence also protects you from unnecessary conflict. Many arguments only exist because words were spoken too soon. Silence interrupts escalation. It refuses to mirror chaos. This does not mean avoidance. It means timing. Silence allows you to respond later from clarity instead of heat. There is also authority in being unprovoked. When others push, test, or demand reaction, silence signals strength, not indifference. Control. It shows that you are not easily moved, that you choose when and how to engage. This shifts power dynamics immediately. People sense when their behavior no longer controls your state. Silence sharpens listening. When you are not preparing your next response, you hear more. You notice tone, intention, inconsistency. This awareness gives you advantage. You respond with precision instead of reflex. Fewer words, greater impact. Internally, silence builds trust. You stop relying on narration to process experience. You learn to sit with reality as it is. This reduces inner noise. The mind becomes less cluttered with commentary. Thought becomes cleaner. Decision becomes easier. Silence also exposes truth. Without constant expression, patterns become visible. Repeated emotions, recurring thoughts, hidden motivations. Silence removes distraction and reveals what is actually happening inside you. This self-awareness strengthens discipline because you are no longer acting blindly. Many people equate silence with weakness because they associate power with dominance and speech. The Stoics saw it differently. They believed that true power is restraint, the ability to hold back when you could act, the ability to wait when you could rush, the ability to remain still when movement is unnecessary. Practicing silence does not mean withdrawing from life. It means choosing engagement wisely. It means letting action speak, letting consistency communicate, letting time reveal truth. Silence gives your actions space to be seen without interference. There is peace in this practice, not passive peace, but grounded peace. You stop feeling the need to fill every gap. You stop fearing misunderstanding. You stop reacting to every stimulus. The world slows because you slow. As silence becomes familiar, your presence changes. You feel heavier in the best way, more rooted, less scattered. You are no longer chasing control through words. You embody it through steadiness. With silence established as internal authority, discipline deepens further. You no longer fight yourself outwardly or inwardly. You move with intention. And from this quiet strength arises the next challenge, learning how discipline must exist even when motivation disappears entirely, and why waiting to feel ready is one of the most subtle forms of self-betrayal. When silence becomes steady, something else is revealed with uncomfortable clarity. Without noise, without reaction, without emotional discharge, you can no longer hide behind how you feel. And this is where one of the biggest illusions around discipline finally collapses, the belief that motivation must come first. Motivation feels powerful because it moves you easily. When it's present, effort feels light. Action feels natural. The problem is not motivation itself, but its nature. Motivation is unstable. It rises and falls with mood, sleep, praise, weather, success, and failure. If discipline waits for motivation, discipline becomes fragile. It shows up only when conditions are friendly. Most people don't realize how much of their life is delayed because they are waiting to feel ready. Ready to start, ready to commit, ready to push. The mind tells a convincing story. When I feel motivated, I'll do it properly. What actually happens is postponement dressed as preparation. Days pass, energy leaks, standards quietly lower. The Stoics never trusted motivation. They trusted structure. They believed that action should be governed by reason, not emotion. Emotion is reactive. Reason is steady. When discipline is tied to motivation, emotion becomes the leader. When discipline exists without motivation, principle takes its place. This shift is uncomfortable because it removes excuses. You can no longer say, "I didn't feel like it." Feeling becomes irrelevant. The question changes from, "How do I feel?" to, "What must be done?" This is not cruelty toward the self. It is clarity. It simplifies life. Decisions stop repeating. The mind stops negotiating. Discipline without motivation also protects you during low periods. Everyone has them. Fatigue, doubt, emotional flatness. If discipline depends on motivation, these periods derail progress completely. If discipline is independent, progress continues quietly, slowly but consistently. This consistency compounds. There is also dignity in acting without emotional reward. You do the work because it aligns with who you are becoming, not because it feels good in the moment. This builds identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone who acts when inspired, and start seeing yourself as someone who acts because it is right. Motivation is often confused with meaning. People assume that if something matters, they should feel driven. But meaning does not always feel exciting. Many important actions feel boring, repetitive, or heavy. Caring deeply does not guarantee emotional energy. Discipline fills this gap. It carries meaning forward when emotion cannot. The mind resists this because it wants pleasure. It wants ease. Acting without motivation feels like moving against gravity. But this resistance weakens with repetition. The more you act without motivation, the less power motivation has over you. You stop waiting. You start moving. There is also freedom here. When you don't rely on motivation, you are no longer controlled by internal weather. Bad days don't stop you. Good days don't inflate you. You become steady, predictable in the best way, reliable. Discipline without motivation also prevents emotional burnout. When you constantly rely on excitement, you exhaust yourself chasing it. You push hard when motivated, then collapse when it fades. Discipline creates rhythm instead of spikes, sustainable effort instead of emotional swings. This does not mean ignoring rest or limits. Discipline includes rest when rest is necessary, but rest is chosen deliberately, not taken impulsively because motivation dipped. The difference is intention. Rest supports the path instead of replacing it. Over time, something surprising happens. Action creates motivation, not the other way around. Once you begin, energy often follows. Clarity follows. Confidence follows. But even when it doesn't, action still builds momentum. This momentum is quieter than motivation, but far more reliable. The Stoics believed that the highest form of freedom is self-command, acting according to reason even when desire pulls elsewhere. Discipline without motivation is self-command in action. It is choosing long-term alignment over short-term feeling. When this discipline settles in, life feels less dramatic. You stop riding emotional highs and lows. Progress becomes calm, ordinary. And because it is ordinary, it becomes unstoppable. With comfort questioned, emotions steadied, boredom endured, reactions delayed, self-respect practiced, hardship chosen, explanations reduced, negotiations ended, closure released, understanding no longer chased, venting contained, silence embodied, and discipline no longer waiting for motivation, the inner structure is strong. And now that structure faces another test, the challenge of learning how identity itself can become an obstacle, and how true discipline often requires letting go of who you think you are in order to become who you are meant to be. When discipline no longer waits for motivation, something deeper is exposed, a tension that has always been there, quietly shaping your choices. The struggle between who you believe you are and what you repeatedly do. This conflict is subtle, but it controls more lives than any external obstacle ever could. Identity is powerful because it tells a story. It explains your past. It justifies your behavior. It gives you language to describe yourself. I'm disciplined. I'm inconsistent. I've always been this way. These statements feel harmless, even honest. But identity, when left unexamined, can become a cage. Habits don't care about your story. They only respond to repetition. Most people think they act according to who they are. In reality, they become who they repeatedly act as. When identity and habit align, life feels smooth. When they don't, an inner war begins. You tell yourself you value discipline, but your habits avoid effort. You see yourself as calm, but your reactions are sharp. You believe you're growing, but your days repeat the same patterns. This mismatch creates frustration and self-doubt. The mind tries to resolve this tension by protecting identity. It defends the story instead of changing the habit. Excuses appear. Rationalizations form. This week was different. I'm just tired. Once things settle down. Identity wants to stay intact. even if it no longer matches reality. Habit, on the other hand, keeps reinforcing what you actually do. The Stoics understood this danger. They warned against attaching too strongly to labels and self-images. Identity is not fixed, it is provisional. It should serve growth, not prevent it. When identity becomes rigid, it resists change. When habit contradicts identity, discipline suffers because the mind is split. This inner war drains energy. You feel pulled in two directions. One part wants alignment, the other wants familiarity. Familiarity often wins because it feels safe. Habit is comfortable, even when it produces dissatisfaction. Changing it threatens identity. The mind would rather stay consistent than correct. The solution is not to strengthen identity, but to weaken its grip. Instead of asking, "Who am I?" the Stoics focused on, "What am I practicing?" This shift changes everything. Practice is neutral. It can be adjusted without ego. Identity feels personal. Habit feels mechanical. Discipline grows when you treat yourself as a system, not a story. When you stop defending identity, habits become honest feedback. They show you what you actually value through action. This can be uncomfortable, but it is liberating. You no longer need to argue with yourself. You observe, you adjust, you repeat. Over time, identity follows habit, not the other way around. There is also humility in this approach. You stop claiming traits you have not earned through repetition. You stop saying, "I am disciplined," and start asking, "Did I act with discipline today?" This keeps ego out of the process. It makes growth practical instead of aspirational. The inner war softens when you stop expecting habits to change because of intention alone. Intention sets direction, but habit builds reality. Discipline lives in repetition, not self-description. Each action casts a vote, not for who you want to be, but for who you are becoming. This reframing removes shame. When you fail, it is no longer a character flaw. It is data. Something in the system needs adjustment, less emotional charge, more clarity. This makes discipline sustainable. You are no longer fighting yourself. You are training yourself. The mind resists this because identity feels meaningful. Letting go of it feels like losing something. But what you lose is rigidity. What you gain is freedom. You are no longer trapped by past versions of yourself. You are defined by what you practice now. As habits slowly change, identity updates quietly. You don't announce it. You don't perform it. Others may notice before you do. This is the healthiest form of change. It is grounded. It lasts. The Stoics believed that character is built through daily action, not self-concept. This belief dissolves the inner war. There is no longer a need to protect an image, only a need to practice what aligns. When identity loosens and habit takes the lead, discipline becomes cleaner. You stop arguing internally. You stop feeling like a contradiction. Action and self-image begin to merge naturally. And once this alignment begins, another challenge reveals itself. The moment when impulse rises suddenly and tests whether you can hold the pause long enough to choose wisely, rather than being pulled back into old patterns before awareness can speak. When identity stops arguing with habit, awareness sharpens. You begin to notice moments that used to pass too quickly to catch. A flash of irritation, a sudden craving, a defensive thought. These moments are brief, almost invisible, but they carry enormous weight. They are the space where impulse reaches for control and where discipline is either lost or claimed. Impulse is fast. It doesn't ask permission. It arises from memory, emotion, conditioning. It wants movement now. Action feels urgent, justified, necessary. Most people confuse this urgency with truth. They assume that because something feels strong, it must be acted on. The Stoics knew better. They understood that impulse is not wisdom. It is simply energy without direction. The pause between impulse and action is where mastery lives, not a long pause. Sometimes only a breath, sometimes a second of awareness. But that pause changes everything. It breaks the automatic chain. It gives reason a chance to enter. Without it, habit decides. With it, choice becomes possible. Most lives are shaped by unexamined impulses, words spoken too quickly, decisions made in heat, comfort chosen over effort. These actions feel small in the moment, but they accumulate. They form patterns, and patterns become character. The pause interrupts this process. It creates space for intention. The difficulty is that the pause feels unnatural at first. Impulse wants expression. It resists delay. The body tightens. The mind pushes. Waiting feels uncomfortable, even threatening. But this discomfort is the signal that training is happening. The nervous system is learning restraint. The Stoics believed that freedom is not the absence of impulse, but the ability to respond to it wisely. You cannot stop impulses from arising. They are part of being human, but you can stop them from ruling you. That is discipline at its core. Practicing the pause begins with noticing physical cues. Impulse shows up in the body before it becomes action. A surge of energy, a tightening of muscles, a quickening of breath. When you learn to recognize these signs, you catch impulse early. Awareness arrives before reaction. The pause does not require analysis. In fact, overthinking often feeds impulse by adding story. The pause is simple: stillness, breath, attention. You let the impulse exist without acting on it. You watch it. Most impulses peak quickly and then fade if they are not obeyed. This teaches the mind something critical. Urgency does not equal necessity. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with desire and emotion. You stop feeling controlled by them. You stop fearing them. They become signals, not commands. This builds trust in yourself. You know that you can feel strongly without losing control. The pause also protects integrity. Many regrets come not from what we felt, but from how we acted while feeling it. The pause allows you to act in line with your values instead of your mood. Even when you choose to act, the action is cleaner, calmer, more deliberate. This discipline also improves decision-making. When you delay action slightly, perspective expands. You consider consequences. You notice alternatives. What felt like the only option becomes one of many. This flexibility is power. It keeps you from being cornered by your own reactions. The pause also strengthens patience. You learn to tolerate tension without relief. This tolerance carries into other areas of life. Waiting becomes easier. Frustration lessens. You stop rushing outcomes. This steadiness compounds into long-term resilience. There is humility in the pause. It acknowledges that your first instinct may not be your best one. This humility keeps ego in check. It prevents overconfidence. It opens space for learning. The Stoics valued this deeply. They believed wisdom begins with restraint. As the pause becomes familiar, impulses lose their authority. They still arise, but they no longer dominate. You move from reactive living to intentional living. This shift is quiet but profound. Life feels less chaotic, more navigable. The pause also reinforces everything built before it. Comfort loses influence because you no longer react to discomfort automatically. Emotional neutrality deepens because feelings are observed, not obeyed. Boredom is endured because impulse to escape is paused. Self-respect grows because actions align with standards. Silence strengthens because you don't rush to fill it. Discipline without motivation becomes possible because impulse is no longer in charge. Mastering this pause is not about perfection. You will fail at times. Everyone does. What matters is returning to awareness quickly. Each time you pause, even briefly, you strengthen the habit of self-command. This habit becomes automatic with repetition. The Stoics believed that the mind can be trained just like the body. Repetition builds strength. The pause is a repetition, a moment practiced again and again. Over time, it becomes instinct. And once this instinct is in place, discipline reaches a new level. You are no longer at the mercy of immediate desire. You choose. And with that choice comes the next challenge. The subtle ways self-pity disguises itself as self-awareness, and how seeing through it is essential for true inner conquest. When the pause between impulse and action becomes familiar, a new kind of clarity appears. You start seeing your inner world more honestly. Patterns become visible, weak points surface. And this is where another trap often appears, disguised as insight. It sounds thoughtful, it feels deep, but it quietly undermines discipline. That trap is self-pity, pretending to be self-awareness. Self-awareness is meant to illuminate. It brings understanding without judgment. It creates space for correction. Self-pity does the opposite. It narrows focus. It pulls attention inward and locks it there. The danger is that both use similar language. Both talk about feelings. Both reference pain. Both claim honesty. But only one leads forward. Self-pity begins with a story about how hard things have been, about how much you've endured, about how unfair circumstances are. These stories are not always false. Often, they are accurate. The problem is not the facts. It is the posture. Self-pity turns awareness into identity. It shifts from "this happened" to "this is why I can't move." The mind loves self-pity because it feels like rest. It offers relief from responsibility without requiring denial. You are not pretending everything is fine. You are acknowledging pain. That feels mature, but beneath it, action pauses. Discipline softens. Standards lower quietly. The story becomes a reason to stop pushing instead of a signal to adjust. The Stoics warned against this subtle trap. They believed that awareness without responsibility leads to stagnation. Seeing clearly is only useful if it informs action. When awareness circles endlessly around suffering, it becomes indulgence. Pain turns into a shield. Growth waits politely while the mind explains itself. Self-pity often shows up after effort. You try. You fail. You feel tired. The mind says, "Of course this is hard for you. Look at everything you've been through." That thought feels kind. But repeated often, it teaches helplessness. It tells the nervous system that struggle equals retreat. Over time, resilience weakens. True self-awareness does not collapse into narrative. It observes pain without amplifying it. It asks, "What is this teaching me?" instead of, "Why does this keep happening to me?" That shift changes everything. One question opens paths. The other closes them. Self-pity also distorts perception of time. It keeps attention anchored to the past. Old wounds stay active. Old injustices stay fresh. The present becomes crowded with yesterday's weight. Discipline requires presence. Self-pity pulls you away from it. There is also comfort in self-pity because it removes risk. If you see yourself as wounded, expectations lower. Failure feels safer. Effort feels optional. But this safety is false. It costs self-respect. It erodes trust in your own strength. Quietly, it convinces you that you are fragile. The Stoics believed that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. Self-pity extends suffering by feeding it attention. It keeps the emotional loop running. Awareness, when clean, shortens the loop. It allows pain to pass without becoming a permanent resident. Another sign of self-pity disguised as insight is over-identification. This is just how I am. This is my trauma. This is my limit. These statements sound honest, but they freeze identity. They turn temporary states into permanent labels. Habit then follows identity, and discipline weakens. Breaking this pattern requires courage. You must be willing to see pain without centering it, to acknowledge difficulty without kneeling to it. This is not cruelty toward yourself, it is respect. It says, "This hurts, and I am still responsible for my choices." Self-awareness strengthens discipline when it leads to adjustment, not retreat. When you notice fatigue, you rest deliberately. When you notice weakness, you train it. When you notice emotional patterns, you build structure around them. Self-pity notices the same things and stops there. The pause you learned earlier becomes essential here. When the mind starts telling stories about suffering, the pause creates distance. You listen without agreeing. You acknowledge without indulging. You let the story exist without letting it define the next action. This practice restores agency. You stop using insight as an excuse and start using it as a tool. Pain becomes information, not identity, not permission to withdraw. Information guides better decisions. As self-pity loosens its hold, something shifts inside. You feel less heavy, less stuck. There is still difficulty, but it no longer owns you. You stop narrating your struggle and start moving again. The Stoics believed that strength is not the absence of pain, but the refusal to let pain decide who you become. Seeing through self-pity is an act of clarity. It strips away comforting lies and replaces them with quiet power. And once this clarity settles in, discipline deepens again. You no longer confuse awareness with stagnation. You move forward with eyes open, not folded inward. From here, the next challenge appears naturally. The need to release validation as a currency and to stop measuring your worth by how others respond to your discipline. As self-pity loses its disguise, something else quietly loses its power too. The habit of measuring yourself through reaction. The subtle checking of faces, responses, approval, silence. The internal question that runs in the background. Was that enough? Did they notice? Did I do it right in their eyes? This is where another form of dependence often hides, the use of validation as currency. Validation feels valuable because it gives instant feedback. A nod, a compliment, recognition. It reassures the ego that effort was worth it, that you exist, that you are seen. There is nothing wrong with appreciation. The danger begins when validation becomes the reason you act, or the measure of whether an action counts. When validation becomes currency, discipline becomes conditional. You work harder when praised. You hesitate when ignored. You doubt yourself when feedback is absent. Progress slows not because you lack ability, but because your inner economy depends on external approval. When the reward disappears, motivation collapses. The Stoics rejected this exchange completely. They believe that virtue carries its own value, independent of audience. An action done with integrity is complete the moment it is done. Whether anyone notices is irrelevant. When validation is removed from the equation, discipline becomes cleaner. It no longer performs, it simply functions. Seeking validation quietly shifts attention outward. You start scanning reactions instead of staying present. You adjust behavior to fit expectations. You soften standards to gain approval. Over time, this fragments your direction. You are no longer moving toward what is right, but toward what is rewarded. This dependence also creates emotional volatility. Praise lifts you. Silence deflates you. Criticism destabilizes you. Your inner state begins to swing with external input. This instability weakens discipline because energy is constantly redirected toward interpretation instead of execution. Validation as currency also distorts self-assessment. You start confusing being liked with being aligned. But popularity is not a measure of character. Recognition is not a measure of discipline. Some of the most important work is invisible. Some of the strongest choices go unnoticed. If validation is required, these actions are often abandoned. The Stoics understood that approval is unreliable. People praise inconsistently. They misunderstand motives. They project their own values. Building self-worth on their reactions places your inner life on unstable ground. Freedom requires removing that dependency. This does not mean rejecting all feedback. It means changing its role. Feedback becomes information, not fuel. You listen without leaning. You consider without collapsing. Validation becomes optional, not necessary. This preserves autonomy. Letting go of validation also sharpens integrity. You begin asking better questions. Is this right? Instead of, will this be appreciated? Does this align? Instead of, will this be seen? These questions build inner coherence. You stop splitting yourself to please multiple audiences. There is discomfort in this shift. Acting without validation can feel lonely, quiet, empty. The ego resists this because it wants confirmation. But in that emptiness, something stronger forms. Self-approval. Not arrogance, but grounded acceptance. You know why you act. That becomes enough. This also restores long-term focus. When you are not chasing reaction, you think in longer timelines. You choose actions that compound slowly. You invest in habits that don't offer immediate praise. This patience is rare, and it gives you advantage. Validation. Dependence also weakens resilience. When effort goes unnoticed, motivation fades. When criticism appears, doubt grows. Removing validation from the equation stabilizes effort. You continue whether feedback is positive, negative, or absent. The Stoics believed that discipline is its own reward. Acting in accordance with reason produces inner order. That order is satisfying on its own. When you feel that satisfaction, external validation loses its grip. You don't reject praise, but you don't require it. This shift also changes how you handle success. You stop announcing it. You stop performing it. You let results accumulate quietly. This protects humility. It keeps growth sustainable. Over time, rejecting validation as currency creates independence. You are no longer trading your effort for reaction. You act because it is correct, not because it will be seen. This is true inner wealth. As this independence settles in, discipline becomes deeply internal. No applause needed, no reassurance required. You move forward without looking sideways. And once validation no longer sets your worth, another challenge becomes clear. The need to understand why consistency matters more than intensity, and how quiet, repeated effort shapes character far more reliably than bursts of passion ever could. When validation no longer fuels your effort, something becomes unmistakably clear. Progress no longer arrives in dramatic waves. There are no emotional surges to ride, no applause to chase, no moments that feel heroic. What remains is repetition, ordinary days, quiet effort. And this is where many people lose patience, because they were taught to respect intensity more than consistency. Intensity feels impressive. It looks like commitment. Long hours, big pushes, sudden breakthroughs. It creates the illusion of transformation. But intensity is unstable. It burns hot and fades fast. It depends on energy, emotion, and circumstance. When any of those shift, intensity collapses. Consistency, on the other hand, survives boredom, fatigue, and doubt. The Stoics understood that character is not built in extremes. It is built in routine, in showing up when nothing feels special, in doing the work when the mind offers no excitement. Consistency doesn't announce itself. It doesn't create stories. It simply accumulates. Most people overestimate what intensity can do in a short time and underestimate what consistency can do over a long time. A single burst of effort feels meaningful, but it rarely changes identity. Repeated small actions do. Identity forms quietly through what you do again and again, not through what you do once with passion. Intensity often relies on emotion. When emotion fades, effort fades with it. Consistency relies on structure. Structure remains when emotion disappears. This makes consistency more honest. It does not pretend effort is always exciting. It accepts that most meaningful progress feels uneventful. There is also a psychological trap in intensity. It gives the ego something to cling to. I worked so hard today. I pushed myself to the limit. These thoughts feel satisfying, but they can also become permission to stop. Intensity often demands recovery, excuses, and breaks. Consistency asks for none of that. It asks only that you return tomorrow. Consistency trains trust. When you show up regularly, the mind learns reliability. You stop questioning whether you'll act. Action becomes expected. This reduces friction. Decisions require less energy. Discipline becomes automatic. Intensity, by contrast, creates negotiation. After a hard push, the mind expects relief. I earned rest. I deserve a break. These negotiations weaken momentum. Consistency avoids this cycle by keeping effort manageable. It does not shock the system, it trains it. The Stoics valued moderation for this reason. They believed that extremes destabilize the mind. Balance sustains it. Consistent effort preserves mental clarity. You are less likely to burn out, overreact, or abandon the path entirely. There is also humility in consistency. It accepts slow progress. It respects time. It removes the need to prove something quickly. This humility keeps discipline grounded. You stop chasing transformation and start building it. Consistency also protects against disappointment. Intensity raises expectations. When results don't match effort, frustration follows. Consistency lowers expectations and raises resilience. You focus on process instead of outcome. Results become a byproduct, not a demand. Another overlooked benefit is adaptability. Consistent effort allows small adjustments. You notice what works and what doesn't. Intensity often blinds you. You push through signals. You ignore feedback. Consistency listens. This does not mean intensity has no place. Intensity can accelerate progress when used deliberately. But without consistency, intensity is wasteful. It creates spikes, not growth. The Stoics would argue that intensity should serve consistency, not replace it. When you commit to consistency, discipline becomes less emotional. You no longer wait to feel driven. You act because it is part of the rhythm of your life. This rhythm creates stability. Stability creates confidence. Consistency also reshapes patience. You stop rushing outcomes. You stop measuring progress daily. You trust accumulation. This trust reduces anxiety. You know that effort invested regularly will return results in time. There is also a quiet confidence that comes from consistency. Not the loud confidence of achievement, but the steady confidence of reliability. You know you will show up. That knowledge removes doubt. Doubt is exhausting. Consistency eliminates it. The Stoics believed that greatness is the result of daily alignment with reason, not heroic moments, but habitual ones. Consistency is reason in action. It is discipline without drama. As consistency replaces intensity, effort becomes sustainable. You stop burning yourself out. You stop restarting. You stop chasing motivation. You move forward steadily. And once this steadiness is established, another subtle challenge reveals itself. The discipline of knowing when to stop, when to leave things unfinished on purpose, and how restraint, not completion, can sometimes be the higher form of control. As consistency replaces intensity, life begins to move with a steady rhythm. You show up, you act, you repeat. But then a strange tension appears, the urge to finish everything, to close every loop, to exhaust every task until there is nothing left. What looks like discipline on the surface can quietly turn into another form of control, and this is where a more refined discipline is required, the discipline of leaving things unfinished on purpose. Most people are taught that completion equals virtue. Finish what you start. Push until the end. Don't stop halfway. These ideas sound responsible, and often they are, but taken without awareness, they create rigidity. They turn effort into compulsion. The mind starts believing that stopping is failure, even when stopping would preserve clarity and strength. The Stoics understood that restraint is not weakness. Knowing when to stop is as important as knowing when to begin. Not every task needs to be exhausted. Not every effort needs to reach its limit. Sometimes, leaving something unfinished is an act of self-command, not avoidance. There is a psychological trap in constant completion. When you always push to the end, you teach the mind to associate effort with depletion. Work becomes draining by default. Discipline starts feeling heavy. Over time, resistance builds before you even begin. Leaving something unfinished interrupts this pattern. It teaches the mind that effort does not always lead to exhaustion. Intentionally stopping early preserves momentum. It leaves energy in reserve. You end a task while focus is still alive. This makes returning easier. The mind remembers the work as manageable, not overwhelming. This is especially powerful in long-term discipline, where sustainability matters more than heroic effort. There is also control in choosing incompletion. You are deciding the terms of engagement instead of being driven by obligation. You are saying, I stop because I choose to, not because I am spent. This distinction matters. It keeps authority with you, not with the task. Leaving things unfinished also trains patience. It resists the urge for immediate closure. The mind wants the satisfaction of completion. It wants the reward. By delaying that reward, you strengthen restraint. You prove that you can tolerate open loops without anxiety. This tolerance is essential for inner order. The Stoics believed that desire often disguises itself as necessity. The desire to finish can be just as compulsive as the desire to escape. Both remove choice. Intentional incompletion restores choice. You act fully while acting, then step away deliberately. This practice also sharpens focus. When you know you will stop at a certain point, attention becomes cleaner. You work with intention instead of drifting until exhaustion. The boundary creates presence. It forces prioritization. You choose what matters most instead of doing everything poorly. There is also humility in leaving things unfinished. It acknowledges limits, not as weakness, but as wisdom. You accept that time, energy, and attention are finite. You stop pretending you can or should do everything. This acceptance prevents resentment and burnout. Unfinished work also keeps the mind engaged. There is a reason writers often stop mid-sentence. Returning becomes easier. Momentum carries forward. The task stays alive without dominating your life. This balance is difficult to achieve but powerful once practiced. This discipline does not apply to everything. Some things must be completed. Some commitments require full follow-through. The key is intention. Are you stopping because of avoidance or because of strategy? Avoidance feels relieving. Strategic stopping feels calm and deliberate. One weakens discipline, the other refines it. Learning this difference requires honesty. You must watch your internal signals. If stopping feels like escape, it probably is. If stopping feels grounded, controlled, and clear, it is likely intentional. This discernment strengthens self-trust. Leaving things unfinished also protects against perfectionism. Perfectionism demands completion as proof of worth. It turns work into self-evaluation. By stopping intentionally, you remove this pressure. You separate effort from self-judgment. Work becomes practice, not performance. The Stoics valued progress over completion. They believed life itself is unfinished. Seeking constant closure creates tension with reality. Learning to live with partial completion creates peace. You stop forcing endings. You allow continuity. As this practice settles in, discipline becomes more flexible without becoming weak. You work hard without draining yourself. You rest without guilt. You move forward without rushing. And with this refined restraint in place, the next lesson begins to emerge naturally. The challenge of emotional detachment without becoming emotionally numb, and how true strength lies in feeling fully without being owned by what you feel. As restraint becomes more refined, another misunderstanding often appears. When people hear detachment, they think of distance, coldness, or shutting down. They imagine someone who no longer feels, no longer cares, no longer connects. But that is not what the Stoics meant at all. What they practiced was not numbness, but freedom. And the difference matters more than most people realize. Emotional numbness is a retreat. It is what happens when feeling becomes overwhelming and the mind decides to disconnect. It dulls pain, but it also dulls joy, curiosity, and meaning. Detachment, as the Stoics understood it, does the opposite. It allows emotion to be fully felt without allowing it to dominate behavior. It keeps the heart open while keeping the mind clear. Most people live on one of two extremes. Either they are swept away by emotion, reacting immediately, over-identifying, replaying, dramatizing, or they shut down completely, suppressing feeling to maintain control. Both approaches are forms of bondage. One is ruled by emotion, the other is ruled by fear of emotion. Stoic detachment lives in the middle. It begins with the recognition that emotions are events, not identities. They arise, peak, and pass. They do not define you unless you cling to them. Detachment is the practice of letting emotions exist without building a home inside them. This requires presence. When emotion appears, instead of pushing it away or acting it out, you stay with it. You feel it in the body. You notice its tone and movement. You allow it to be there without judgment. This alone changes the relationship. Emotion stops being an enemy or a commander and becomes information. The mind resists this because emotion feels persuasive. Sadness asks for withdrawal. Anger asks for action. Fear asks for avoidance. Detachment listens without obeying. It creates a pause where choice can enter. This pause protects discipline. It prevents short-term emotion from hijacking long-term direction. Detachment does not mean indifference. You can care deeply and still remain unattached to outcome. You can love without clinging. You can grieve without collapsing. You can feel anger without becoming cruel. This is emotional maturity, not emotional absence. The Stoics believe that suffering increases when we demand that emotions last longer than they naturally would. By replaying events, by telling stories, by attaching meaning. Detachment shortens suffering by refusing to feed it. You feel fully, then you release. There is also strength in this practice because it restores balance. When emotion no longer controls action, reason can guide response. This does not make responses cold, it makes them appropriate, timely, proportionate. You stop overreacting, you stop underreacting. You meet situations as they are. Emotional numbness often comes from exhaustion, from too much unprocessed feeling. Detachment prevents this exhaustion by processing emotion as it arises. Nothing is stored, nothing is suppressed. The emotional system stays fluid instead of congested. This fluidity also preserves empathy. When you are not drowning in your own emotions, you can be present with others. You listen better. You respond without projection. You don't confuse their feelings with your own. Detachment actually improves connection because it removes emotional noise. Another hidden benefit is stability. When you are detached, your inner state is less reactive to external events. Praise does not inflate you. Criticism does not crush you. Loss hurts, but it does not shatter you. Joy feels good, but it does not make you reckless. This steadiness is rare, and it is powerful. Practicing detachment begins with language. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you notice, "Anger is present." Instead of "I am anxious," you notice, "Anxiety is here." This subtle shift separates identity from experience. You stop merging with emotion. You observe it. Detachment also requires trust. Trust that emotions do not need control to pass. Trust that you can survive discomfort. Trust that feeling deeply does not mean losing yourself. Each time you stay present without reacting, that trust grows. This practice supports discipline directly. When emotion no longer dictates action, consistency becomes easier. You act according to principle instead of mood. You rest when rest is needed. You push when effort is required. Emotion informs decisions, but does not make them. The Stoics believed that inner freedom is the ability to experience life fully without being enslaved by it. Detachment is how that freedom is lived. You are engaged, but not entangled. Aware, but not overwhelmed. Over time, emotional detachment brings peace without dullness. Life still has texture. Pain still hurts. Joy still warms. But nothing owns you. Nothing pulls you off your path. And with this balance established, another realization quietly follows. When emotion is no longer in control, attention becomes the true battlefield. Where you place it determines what grows. And mastering attention becomes the next essential discipline in conquering the inner world. When emotion no longer controls you, something deeper comes into view. You start to notice not just what you feel, but where your mind goes, what it returns to, what it feeds, what it avoids. And this is where the real battle has always been taking place. Not in events, not in emotions, but in attention. Attention is quiet, but it decides everything. Whatever holds your attention shapes your thoughts. Thoughts shape decisions. Decisions shape habits. Habits shape character. Most people try to change their lives by changing outcomes, but never question where their attention is being spent. As a result, they fight symptoms while the real conflict goes untouched. Attention is constantly being pulled by noise, by worry, by comparison, by regret, by anticipation, by distraction disguised as rest. Every pull feels small, harmless, but attention works like water. It flows toward what you give it space to flow toward. Over time, it erodes everything else. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that a man is not disturbed by things themselves, but by the attention he gives to his judgments about them. Attention is the gatekeeper of the inner world. What passes through that gate determines your experience of life. Most suffering is not caused by pain itself, but by prolonged attention to pain. A difficult moment becomes a difficult day because the mind returns to it again and again. An insult lasts longer than it should because attention keeps it alive. Fear grows because attention rehearses it. Attention is the fuel. This is why discipline without attention control eventually fails. You can have good intentions, strong habits, and clear values, but if your attention is scattered, those strengths weaken. Focus leaks, energy drains, inner order dissolves. Attention is also where temptation operates. Comfort, distraction, impulse, all of them begin by capturing attention. Once attention is captured, action often follows automatically. Mastery requires intercepting this process early, not by force, but by redirection. The Stoics practiced attention as discipline. They trained themselves to notice where the mind wandered and gently return it. Not with anger, not with frustration, with calm repetition. This practice strengthens mental endurance. You become less reactive, less scattered, more present. Controlling attention does not mean rigid focus at all times. It means intentional placement. Choosing what deserves mental energy and what does not. Many things demand attention, but very few deserve it. Learning this difference is a turning point. Attention also shapes identity. What you focus on repeatedly becomes familiar. Familiar becomes normal. Normal becomes you. If your attention lives on problems, you become problem-centered. If it lives on growth, you become growth-oriented. Attention trains perception. There is also freedom in this realization. You may not control every event, but you control where your attention rests. This control restores agency even in difficult circumstances. You stop feeling helpless. You stop feeling dragged. Practicing attention. Discipline begins with noticing. Noticing when the mind loops, when it drifts into comparison, when it seeks stimulation out of restlessness. This noticing alone weakens the habit. Attention strengthens whatever it touches, including awareness itself. Redirecting attention does not require suppression. You don't fight thoughts. You don't argue with them. You simply choose not to feed them, like starving a fire of oxygen. Over time, the fire dies on its own. Attention discipline also deepens presence. You experience moments more fully. You listen better. You act with clarity. Life feels less rushed because your mind is no longer everywhere at once. This practice supports everything built before it. Emotional detachment becomes easier because attention no longer clings. Consistency strengthens because focus is stable. Silence deepens because the mind is not constantly pulled outward. The Stoics believed that the quality of life depends on the quality of attention. A disciplined life is not one filled with control, but one guided by awareness. When attention becomes intentional, inner conflict reduces. You stop fighting unnecessary battles. You conserve energy. You choose where to engage. And once attention is mastered, another realization follows naturally. That choosing less noise, less desire, less distraction, is not deprivation, but power. And learning to choose less becomes the next quiet discipline in conquering yourself. When attention becomes deliberate, excess becomes visible. Not dramatic excess, but the quiet accumulation of things you never chose consciously. Too many inputs, too many options, too many desires competing for space inside your mind. This is when another truth settles in gently. Power does not come from having more, but from needing less. Most people think growth means adding. More goals, more habits, more information, more stimulation. Life becomes crowded, and discipline starts to feel heavy because it is trying to carry too much. Choosing less is not about loss. It is about relief. It clears the inner space where strength actually lives. The Stoics believed that desire, when unmanaged, creates dependence. The more you want, the more fragile you become. Each desire becomes a condition for peace. Each condition creates vulnerability. Choosing less removes those conditions one by one. It simplifies the inner world until it becomes stable. Choosing less begins with awareness. You notice how much of your energy is spent maintaining things that do not truly matter, conversations that drain you, commitments that don't align, possessions that demand attention, information that adds noise instead of clarity. None of these are harmful on their own, but together they fragment focus. Fragmented focus weakens discipline. When attention is spread thin, effort feels exhausting. You feel busy but ineffective. Choosing less concentrates energy. It makes effort lighter because it is no longer divided. This practice is not about austerity for its own sake. It is about alignment. You remove what does not serve your values so what does serve them can breathe. Less clutter means more presence. Less desire means more peace. Less distraction means more depth. There is also courage in choosing less. It often means disappointing others, declining opportunities, resisting trends, letting go of identities tied to accumulation. The ego resists this because it equates more with importance. But importance is not measured by volume. It is measured by intention. Choosing less also strengthens self-trust. When you reduce options, decisions become clearer. You stop second-guessing. You stop comparing. You stop wondering what else you could be doing. You commit fully to what remains. This commitment deepens discipline naturally. The Stoics practiced voluntary simplicity for this reason. They stripped life down to what was essential so the mind could rest. When the mind rests, it sees clearly. When it sees clearly, it chooses wisely. Less desire also means less fear. When you don't need much, there is less to lose. Anxiety weakens, pressure eases. You become more adaptable because your happiness is no longer tied to fragile conditions. Choosing less also reshapes time. When life is full of unnecessary demands, time feels scarce. When you remove them, time expands. You are not rushing. You are present. This presence strengthens every action you take. This practice supports attention discipline directly. Fewer inputs mean fewer distractions. Fewer distractions mean stronger focus. Focus strengthens consistency. Consistency builds character. The chain becomes clear. Choosing less also helps emotional regulation. Fewer triggers, fewer comparisons, fewer expectations. Emotional swings soften because the environment is simpler. This is not avoidance, it is intelligent design. The hardest part of choosing less is letting go of potential. The idea that you could do more, have more, be more. But potential without direction becomes burden. Choosing less turns potential into progress. This does not mean shrinking your life, it means sharpening it. You trade breadth for depth, noise for clarity, urgency for meaning. The Stoics believed that freedom is not the ability to do anything, but the ability to choose what matters and ignore the rest. Choosing less is freedom practiced daily. As this simplicity settles in, discipline feels lighter. You are no longer fighting against excess, you are moving within clarity. And from this clarity, another realization emerges naturally. That overthinking is not intelligence, but a failure of command. And learning to stop it is the next essential step in mastering the self. When life has been simplified and attention is no longer scattered, the mind becomes quieter. And in that quiet, another habit reveals itself clearly: overthinking. It often disguises itself as intelligence, caution, or depth. In truth, it is something else entirely. It is a failure of command. Overthinking is not the presence of thought, but the absence of decision. It is what happens when the mind circles instead of leads, when options multiply instead of narrowing, when clarity is delayed by endless analysis. The Stoics saw this not as wisdom, but as hesitation pretending to be responsibility. The mind overthinks when authority is unclear, when no internal voice has final say. Every thought demands consideration. Possibilities stack. Doubts repeat. Scenarios multiply. The mind stays busy, but goes nowhere. This feels productive, but it produces nothing. At its core, overthinking is avoidance. Not avoidance of action alone, but avoidance of responsibility. A decision ends uncertainty. It commits you to consequences. Overthinking postpones that commitment. It keeps you safe from being wrong, but also from being effective. The Stoics believed that reason exists to decide, not to endlessly deliberate. Thought is a tool, not a dwelling place. When thinking continues after enough information is available, it stops serving reason and starts feeding fear. Overthinking often comes from distrust. distrust in your judgment, distrust in outcomes, distrust in your ability to adapt if things go wrong. So the mind tries to control the future through thought, but thought cannot control outcomes. It can only prepare action. When action is delayed, thought becomes noise. There is also ego in overthinking. The belief that if you just think long enough, you'll find the perfect answer, the flawless move, the choice without risk. This perfection does not exist. Waiting for it is a quiet form of paralysis. Overthinking drains energy. Each repeated loop consumes attention without creating progress. By the time a decision is finally made, momentum is gone. Discipline weakens not because you chose poorly, but because you waited too long. The Stoics practiced decisiveness for this reason. They accepted uncertainty as part of life. They knew that clarity often comes after action, not before. Command means acting with the best information you have, then adjusting as reality responds. Ending overthinking requires setting internal limits. You decide how much thought a decision deserves. You gather information. You reflect briefly. Then you act. No reopening, no second guessing. This structure restores authority. Overthinking also fades when values are clear. When you know what matters, decisions narrow themselves. You don't need to analyze every option. You choose the one that aligns. Ambiguity shrinks. This practice builds trust. Each decisive action teaches the mind that you can handle outcomes. Even mistakes become proof of resilience. This trust weakens the urge to overthink next time. The Stoics believed that peace comes from obedience to reason, not from endless contemplation. Reason decides. Discipline executes. Thought supports action, not replaces it. When overthinking is replaced by command, the mind becomes sharp instead of noisy, calm instead of cluttered. You move forward without dragging every possibility with you. And once command is restored internally, another shift follows naturally. The understanding that self-control is not restriction, but leadership, and that ruling yourself well is the highest form of power you will ever possess. When overthinking loosens its grip, the mind stops circling and starts moving. Decisions feel cleaner. Actions follow more naturally. And in that clarity, a deeper truth becomes visible. Self-control is not about restriction, it is about leadership, not punishment, but guidance, not suppression, but direction. Most people treat self-control as something negative, a force that says no, a limitation placed on desire. They imagine control as deprivation. The Stoics saw it differently. To them, self-control was the highest form of governance, the ability to lead the self the way a wise leader guides others, with foresight, restraint, and care. Leadership begins with responsibility. A good leader does not follow every demand. They consider consequences. They act in service of long-term stability, not short-term relief. Self-control works the same way. It protects the future self from the impulses of the present one. When you lack self-control, the loudest part of you takes charge. Hunger decides, anger decides, comfort decides, desire decides. There is no hierarchy, no order. Leadership is absent. When self-control is present, impulses are acknowledged but not obeyed. They are heard, then guided. The Stoics believed that inner chaos mirrors poor leadership. A mind ruled by impulse is like a city without laws. Everything reacts. Nothing is planned. Energy is wasted managing crises that could have been prevented. Self-control brings order. Order brings peace. This leadership is not harsh. It does not shame desire or punish emotion. It simply sets direction. It says, "I see what you want, but this is where we are going." This tone matters. When self-control becomes abusive, rebellion follows. When it becomes calm and consistent, cooperation grows. Self-control also requires vision. You must know what you are leading yourself toward. Without vision, restraint feels pointless. With vision, restraint feels purposeful. You delay gratification not because pleasure is bad, but because timing matters. There is also trust involved. Just as people follow leaders they trust, the mind follows self-control when it feels fair. If you constantly deny yourself rest, joy, or recovery, self-control collapses. Leadership becomes tyranny. The Stoics emphasized balance for this reason. Discipline must serve life, not suffocate it. Self-control strengthens identity through action. Each time you choose alignment over impulse, you reinforce who is in charge. The mind learns the hierarchy. Reason leads. Emotion advises. Desire requests. This structure reduces inner conflict. This leadership also creates stability. You are no longer surprised by your own behavior. You stop making promises you don't keep. You stop negotiating with impulse. Predictability returns. Predictability builds confidence. Self-control also protects dignity. Acting on impulse often leads to regret. Regret erodes self-respect. Leading yourself well prevents this erosion. Even when outcomes are difficult, you know you acted with intention. The Stoics believed that true power is self-command, not dominance over others, but mastery over reaction. This power is quiet. It does not announce itself. It is felt through consistency. As self-control becomes leadership, effort feels less like resistance and more like alignment. You stop forcing yourself. You guide yourself. This shift reduces exhaustion. You are no longer fighting an internal enemy. You are organizing an internal system. Leadership over the self also increases compassion. When you are not constantly reacting, you respond to others with patience. You are less defensive, less threatened. Strong leadership creates calm presence. This discipline compounds. The more you lead yourself well, the easier it becomes. Impulses weaken, habits align, life feels less chaotic. And once leadership is established internally, another challenge reveals itself. The need to let go of the past without clinging to suffering, and to understand why identifying with old pain quietly limits the future you are trying to build. When leadership over the self becomes steady, attention naturally turns backward, not out of regret, but out of habit. The mind revisits what shaped it, what hurt it, what tested it. Reflection can be useful, but there is a quiet danger here. The moment suffering becomes part of who you think you are, it stops being something you experienced and starts becoming something you carry. Pain leaves marks. That is unavoidable. Loss, failure, injustice, and disappointment all shape perception. The danger is not remembering pain, but identifying with it. When suffering becomes a label, the one who was wronged, the one who struggled, the one who endured, identity freezes around an old wound. Growth slows, not because healing is impossible, but because the mind is protecting a story it has learned to live inside. Identifying with past suffering often feels meaningful. It gives pain purpose. It explains current limitations. It creates a sense of depth. But this meaning comes at a cost. The mind begins to filter present experience through old injury. New challenges feel heavier than they are. Neutral events feel threatening. Progress feels undeserved. Suffering becomes a reference point instead of a chapter. The Stoics warned against this attachment. They believed that while the past can inform wisdom, it should never dictate identity. What has passed no longer exists except in memory. Giving it authority over the present is a form of surrender. It hands power to something that cannot be changed. One of the most subtle ways this identification shows up is through self-talk. Because of what I've been through becomes the beginning of many explanations. Sometimes those explanations are compassionate. Other times, they quietly excuse stagnation. The mind says it is being fair, but what it is really doing is avoiding risk. Growth threatens the identity built around survival. There is also comfort in this identity. Pain becomes familiar. Familiarity feels safe. Letting go of suffering can feel like losing a part of yourself, especially when that suffering once justified strength, resilience, or moral authority. The ego resists releasing it because it fears becoming ordinary, but strength that depends on past pain is fragile. Strength that comes from present discipline is stable. Identifying with suffering also keeps attention anchored backward. The mind replays, compares, measures. This isn't as bad as before. This reminds me of that. The present moment becomes crowded with echoes. Discipline requires presence. Presence dissolves when the past is constantly invited into now. The Stoics believed that suffering ends when resistance ends, not resistance to pain itself, but resistance to letting pain be over. When you allow an experience to remain unfinished inside you, it continues shaping behavior. When you accept that it has happened and release its claim on your identity, it loses power. This does not mean denying pain or pretending it didn't matter. It means refusing to let it define what comes next. You can honor what you survived without living inside it. You can respect the lessons without repeating the narrative. Another danger of identifying with suffering is comparison. Pain becomes currency. You measure your experience against others. You justify distance, bitterness, or withdrawal because of what you've endured. This creates separation. It isolates you from growth and connection. Discipline weakens because energy is spent protecting the past instead of building the future. There is also a loss of responsibility hidden here. When suffering explains everything, agency shrinks. Choices feel limited. Effort feels unfair. But discipline requires ownership of the present moment, regardless of history. The Stoics believed that no matter what has happened, the current response is always your responsibility. Letting go of suffering as identity is not sudden. It happens through practice, through acting as if the past no longer needs to be proven, through building habits that reflect who you are now, not who you were. Each disciplined action sends a new message inward. I am not confined to what hurt me. This shift can feel disorienting. Without the old story, there is space, silence, possibility. The mind may reach back instinctively, but if you stay present, something stronger forms. Identity becomes fluid again. You are no longer defined by endurance alone, but by direction. The Stoics believed that the past has no power over a disciplined mind unless invited. Memory is a tool, not a home. You visit it to learn, then you leave. You do not settle there. As identification with suffering loosens, emotional weight lifts, not because life becomes easy, but because effort is no longer burdened by history. You move forward lighter, freer, more willing to risk growth. When the grip of past suffering finally loosens, something unexpected happens. Life feels calmer, lighter, and almost immediately, comfort steps in to fill the space. Not as a reward, but as a default. This is where many people unknowingly stall. Because while pain can shape you, comfort can dissolve you if it goes unquestioned. Comfort is not dangerous because it feels good. It is dangerous because it asks nothing of you. It removes friction. It softens edges. It whispers that effort is no longer necessary. When comfort becomes the goal instead of a tool, character stops forming. It doesn't break suddenly. It fades quietly. Character is built through resistance, through choosing what is right over what is easy. Comfort removes that resistance. When everything is optimized for ease, the inner muscles weaken. Discipline feels unnecessary. Restraint feels excessive. Standards lower without announcement. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that comfort, when pursued constantly, creates dependency. The mind adapts quickly. What once felt luxurious becomes expected. What once felt sufficient becomes inadequate. Desire grows as effort shrinks. This imbalance erodes strength from the inside. Comfort also distorts perception. Difficult tasks feel harder than they are. Small inconveniences feel unbearable. Patience shortens. Gratitude fades. The nervous system becomes sensitive, reactive, easily disturbed. Character requires tolerance. Comfort reduces it. There is a subtle moral cost as well. When comfort dominates, values become flexible. You choose convenience over principle. You avoid discomfort even when it means compromising integrity. These choices feel small, but they accumulate. Over time, the gap between who you want to be and how you act widens. The Stoics warned that ease dulls vigilance. When life feels too smooth, awareness drops. You stop paying attention to your inner state. You stop questioning habits. Discipline becomes something you used to have. Character becomes memory instead of practice. Comfort also weakens resilience. When difficulty eventually arrives, and it always does, it feels overwhelming. The mind panics because it has not been trained. What could have been manageable becomes destabilizing. Comfort did not prepare you. It left you exposed. This does not mean rejecting comfort entirely. The Stoics were not ascetics for the sake of suffering. They valued comfort when it supported life. The danger lies in letting comfort replace challenge. Rest is necessary. Ease is natural. But when ease becomes constant, growth stops. Character is formed when you choose effort even when comfort is available. When you delay gratification. When you face difficulty instead of avoiding it. These choices remind the mind that strength is still required, that standards still exist. Comfort also weakens discipline by shortening time horizons. You start prioritizing immediate relief over long-term development. Short-term comfort feels more real than future strength. This trade-off is rarely examined, but it defines lives. The Stoics believed that character is revealed under pressure, not pleasure. Pressure shows who you are when things are hard. Comfort hides that truth. If you never experience resistance, you never know your capacity. Comfort keeps potential dormant. There is also a psychological trap in comfort: entitlement. When ease becomes normal, difficulty feels unjust. You start believing life owes you smoothness. This belief creates resentment when reality disagrees. Character dissolves under entitlement. Choosing discomfort intentionally restores balance. It reintroduces resistance in controlled ways. Effort regains meaning. Gratitude returns. Strength sharpens. You remind yourself that you are capable of more than comfort requires. Comfort also blurs values. When everything is easy, choices feel less significant. Discipline feels optional. But when effort is required, values become clear. You see what matters because you must choose. The Stoics believe that a good life is not the most comfortable one, but the most aligned one. Alignment often requires discomfort. Growth always does. Comfort should support recovery, not replace discipline. When you stop treating comfort as the goal, something stabilizes inside. You no longer fear difficulty. You no longer chase ease. You meet life as it is, not as you wish it to feel. This readiness builds character naturally. As comfort loses its authority, discipline regains clarity. You act not to feel good, but to be good. This distinction matters. It separates pleasure from purpose. When comfort is no longer trusted, the mind looks for another escape, not in pleasure, not in ease, but in explanation. This is where internal excuses quietly take over. They don't sound lazy. They sound reasonable, thoughtful, even responsible. And that is exactly why they are dangerous. An excuse is not always a lie. Often, it is a partial truth used at the wrong time. Fatigue is real. Circumstances matter. Limitations exist. But the Stoics made a sharp distinction between recognizing reality and hiding behind it. An excuse does not describe the situation. It delays action by shifting responsibility away from choice. Internal excuses are persuasive because they feel protective. They soften pressure. They reduce guilt. They tell you that postponement is wisdom. But each time an excuse is accepted, authority slips. The mind learns that standards are flexible, that discomfort is negotiable, that commitment depends on mood and circumstance. The Stoics believed that excuses fragment the will. You begin the day with intention, but by evening, that intention has been explained away. Nothing dramatic happens. No clear failure, just quiet erosion. Over time, this pattern becomes identity, not because you chose it, but because you allowed it. Excuses also create emotional confusion. You feel busy but unfulfilled. You feel thoughtful but stagnant. You know what matters, yet you don't act. This gap creates tension inside. The mind tries to resolve it by generating more explanations. The loop tightens. Removing internal excuses begins with brutal clarity. Not harshness, but honesty. You stop asking, "Do I feel like this?" and start asking, "Is this aligned?" Feelings fluctuate. Alignment does not. This shift changes the conversation inside. The Stoics practice this by separating what is within control from what is not. Circumstances may be difficult. Energy may be low. Outcomes may be uncertain, but choice remains. There is always some action available, even if it is smaller than planned. Excuses usually appear when action is imperfect. Discipline accepts imperfection and moves anyway. Excuses also thrive on vagueness. Later, soon, when things calm down. These words sound harmless, but they remove deadlines. They dissolve urgency. The mind relaxes. Removing excuses requires specificity, clear actions, clear timing. Clarity leaves no space for negotiation. Another form of excuse hides in comparison. Others have it easier. This would be simpler for someone else. These thoughts feel validating, but they are irrelevant. Discipline is not comparative. Your path is yours. Excuses use comparison to escape responsibility. The Stoics did not demand perfection. They demanded honesty. When you truly cannot act, you acknowledge it without drama. You don't romanticize limitation. You don't build identity around it. You rest deliberately, then return. Excuses pretend to be rest, but never lead back to action. Removing excuses strengthens self-trust. Each time you act without explaining yourself out of it, you reinforce authority. The mind learns that your word matters. This reduces internal debate. Less debate means more energy. More energy means consistency. This practice also simplifies life. You stop carrying the weight of justification. You act or you don't, and you own it. There is peace in this ownership. No stories, no guilt, just responsibility. Excuses weaken discipline because they sound compassionate but produce stagnation. True compassion supports growth. It asks what is possible now, not what is comfortable. As internal excuses fade, effort becomes cleaner. You stop fighting yourself, you stop bargaining. Action becomes direct, calm, unemotional. When excuses are removed, life loses a certain drama. There is less emotional storytelling, less explanation, less internal debate. And in that quiet, something unexpected happens. The path forward starts to look ordinary, repetitive, predictable. This is where many people panic, because what they wanted to feel powerful now feels boring. Boring has a bad reputation. It sounds like stagnation, like mediocrity, like giving up on excitement. But boredom, when chosen intentionally, is something else entirely. It is the absence of chaos. It is stability. It is the quiet environment where power actually grows. Most people chase intensity because it makes them feel alive. Big goals, big emotions, big changes. But intensity is unstable. It spikes and crashes. It creates cycles of effort and collapse. Power cannot be built on spikes. It requires ground. Boring provides that ground. The Stoics understood that consistency looks unimpressive from the outside. Same routines, same values, same standards, day after day. Nothing to announce, nothing to explain. But inside that repetition, something strong forms. Reliability, endurance, control. Becoming boring means removing unnecessary variation. You stop reinventing yourself every week. You stop chasing novelty for its own sake. You stop needing emotional stimulation to stay engaged. This frees enormous energy. Energy that was once spent managing excitement is now available for execution. Boring habits are powerful because they are predictable. When behavior is predictable, discipline no longer depends on willpower. You don't decide whether to act, you simply act. This removes friction. Life becomes smoother, not because it is easier, but because it is ordered. There is also psychological safety in boredom. When nothing dramatic is happening, the nervous system relaxes. You are not constantly reacting. You are not bracing for the next spike. This calm allows deeper focus. Deeper focus produces better results. The ego resists boredom because it wants recognition. It wants to feel special. Boring discipline does not feed the ego. It does not create stories. It does not invite praise. That is why it works. It bypasses the need for validation and goes straight to results. Becoming boring also protects against burnout. When effort is steady and moderate, the system recovers naturally. There are no extreme pushes that require extreme rest. Progress continues quietly. This sustainability is rare, and it gives you an advantage over those who burn bright and disappear. The Stoics valued simplicity for this reason. They believed that a stable life is a strong life. When desires are simple, choices are clear. When choices are clear, action follows easily. Boredom is often just simplicity misunderstood. There is also freedom in being boring. You stop performing for an audience. You stop explaining your process. You stop chasing external excitement. You become self-contained. Your satisfaction comes from alignment, not stimulation. This does not mean life becomes dull. It means it becomes deep. Small improvements become meaningful. Subtle progress becomes rewarding. You notice things others miss because they are chasing bigger sensations. Becoming boring also sharpens character. When nothing exciting is happening, who are you? Do you still show up? Do you still act with discipline? Boredom removes the mask. It reveals whether commitment is real or conditional. The Stoics believed that greatness is quiet. Loud lives are often unstable. Quiet lives are often powerful. Strength does not need constant expression. It needs consistency. As you become boring on purpose, something shifts in how others perceive you. You become reliable, unshakable, calm. People may not be dazzled, but they trust you. Trust is a form of power far more enduring than admiration. This boring discipline also compounds. Small actions repeated without interruption create momentum that intensity cannot match. Over time, results appear suddenly to others, even though they were built slowly. This is how power hides in plain sight. There is humility in this path. You accept that growth takes time. You stop rushing outcomes. You stop demanding excitement from progress. This humility protects discipline from disappointment. The Stoics believed that a well-ordered life appears simple from the outside. That simplicity is not weakness, it is mastery. When you accept boredom as a training ground instead of a threat, discipline stabilizes at a new level. You no longer need drama to feel alive. You are alive because you are present, consistent, and aligned. When boredom no longer threatens you, the mind becomes clearer. Fewer distractions, fewer emotional swings, fewer internal negotiations, and in that clarity, something surprising happens. Desire begins to lose its urgency, not because you have killed it, but because you can finally see it. Desire thrives in confusion, in uncertainty, in emotional noise. When the mind is unclear, desire steps in and offers direction. It promises relief, pleasure, certainty. It feels like movement. But when clarity is present, desire is exposed for what it is, a suggestion, not a command. Most people think desire is strong by nature. In reality, it borrows strength from lack of clarity. When you don't know what matters, everything feels tempting. When your values are vague, every option looks attractive. Desire fills the vacuum left by uncertainty. The Stoics understood that clarity weakens desire without force. When you know what you are doing and why, distractions lose their pull. Temptation doesn't disappear, but it becomes less persuasive. You don't have to fight it. You simply don't follow it. Desire often presents itself as need. I need this to feel better. I need this to relax. I need this to stay motivated. But when clarity is strong, these needs are questioned. You ask, is this actually necessary, or is it just familiar? That question alone drains desire of its urgency. Clarity also shortens desire's lifespan. When you observe desire instead of obeying it, it peaks and fades quickly. Most desires are brief. They only persist when fed by attention. Clarity withdraws that attention. Desire weakens naturally. There is also peace in this process. You stop feeling controlled. You stop feeling deprived. You don't need to suppress desire because you are not identified with it. It comes and goes like weather. You remain. The Stoics believed that freedom comes not from having every desire satisfied, but from not being ruled by them. Clarity creates this freedom. It places desire in its proper role, as input, not authority. As clarity strengthens, discipline becomes lighter. You are no longer constantly resisting temptation. There is less inner friction. Choices feel obvious. This ease is not weakness. It is alignment. When desire no longer pulls so hard, attention turns inward in a new way. There is less urgency to impress, less hunger to be seen, less need for reaction. And in that quiet, one of the purest tests of discipline appears. What do you do when no one is watching? Most people change their behavior based on audience. Effort increases when eyes are present. Standards rise when recognition is possible. Discipline becomes performance. This is not hypocrisy, it is conditioning. From a young age, reward and approval train behavior. But when discipline depends on witnesses, it is fragile. Remove the audience and effort fades. The Stoics believed that the truest measure of character is how a person behaves in private. Not because privacy hides action, but because it removes incentive. There is no praise to gain, no image to protect, no consequence except the one you carry inside. Acting without witnesses reveals whether discipline is internal or borrowed. Private action is uncomfortable because it offers no immediate reward. The ego resists it. It asks, "What's the point?" That question exposes the dependency. If the point is validation, discipline collapses. If the point is alignment, discipline continues. Acting without witnesses builds a different kind of strength. It builds self-trust. Each time you do what you said you would do without anyone knowing, you reinforce internal authority. You prove to yourself that your word matters even when it benefits no one else. This practice also cleans motivation. You stop doing things to be seen as disciplined and start doing them because they are right. This removes pressure. There is no performance anxiety, no comparison, just action and follow-through. The Stoics valued this deeply. They believed that virtue exists whether it is observed or not. A good action does not become better because it is praised. A disciplined choice does not become weaker because it is unseen. This belief frees you from external measurement. There is also humility in acting without witnesses. You stop narrating your growth. You stop advertising effort. Progress becomes quiet. This protects discipline from ego inflation. Ego wants recognition. Recognition creates attachment. Attachment creates fragility. Private discipline also reveals honesty. There is no one to deceive, no one to convince. Excuses lose power because they echo only inside you. This clarity strengthens integrity. You know where you stand with yourself. Another benefit is emotional stability. When effort is private, mood matters less. You are not fueled by excitement or praise. You move because movement is part of who you are becoming. This steadiness carries into public life naturally. Acting without witnesses also protects against resentment. When you expect recognition and don't receive it, bitterness grows. When you expect nothing, resentment has no place to land. You give effort freely. That freedom is powerful. The Stoics believed that attention should be placed on what is within control. Recognition is not. Outcome is not. Opinion is not. Action is. Private action keeps focus where it belongs. This practice also trains patience. Results arrive slower when effort is quiet. You learn to trust accumulation. You stop needing immediate feedback. This patience strengthens long-term discipline. Over time, something subtle changes. You stop separating who you are in private from who you are in public. Behavior becomes consistent. There is no switch. This consistency creates inner peace. You are no longer managing two versions of yourself. Acting without witnesses also sharpens values. When no one is watching, you are forced to decide what truly matters, not what looks good, not what sounds impressive, what aligns. This clarity simplifies life. The Stoics believed that a person should live as if their own conscience were the only audience. This conscience becomes the standard. When you satisfy it, you need nothing else. As private discipline becomes natural, confidence grows quietly. Not confidence that seeks attention, but confidence that stands without it. You know your effort is real because it does not depend on visibility. This confidence changes how you move in the world. You are less reactive, less defensive, less eager to prove. You act, then let go. Results speak when they are ready. With this discipline in place, self-mastery reaches a deeper level. You are no longer motivated by eyes, applause, or approval. You are governed from within. When action no longer depends on witnesses, attention turns inward with greater honesty. There is no audience to perform for, no image to protect. And in that quiet self-observation, a hard truth appears. You cannot control what you do not understand. This is where emotional literacy becomes essential. Many people try to control their emotions without ever learning their language. They suppress anger, ignore fear, override sadness, and force positivity. On the surface, this looks like strength. Underneath, it creates confusion. Emotion does not disappear when ignored. It finds indirect paths. It leaks into tone, posture, decisions, and habits. Control without understanding becomes rigidity, not mastery. Emotional literacy is the ability to recognize, name, and interpret emotional states accurately, not to judge them, not to dramatize them, to understand what is actually happening inside. This understanding is the foundation of self-command. Without it, control becomes guesswork. The Stoics believed that emotions arise from judgments, not random forces, but interpretations. Anger comes from perceived injustice. Fear comes from imagined loss. Envy comes from comparison. When you understand the judgment beneath the emotion loses mystery. It becomes explainable, and what is explainable can be governed. Most emotional reactions feel immediate, but they are layered. There is sensation, then thought, then story. Emotional literacy slows this process down. You notice the sensation before the story hardens, tightness before anger, restlessness before anxiety, heaviness before sadness. This early recognition gives you leverage. Without literacy, the mind labels everything vaguely. I'm stressed. I'm upset. These labels are too broad to guide action. They blur signals, Literacy sharpens them. You learn the difference between frustration and resentment, between fear and caution, between fatigue and resistance. Each requires a different response. Control depends on accuracy. Trying to control emotion without literacy is like trying to steer without seeing the road. You may stay on course for a while, but eventually you crash. Suppression builds pressure. Pressure demands release. When release comes, it is often explosive or misdirected. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate emotion. They aimed to understand it well enough to respond wisely. They believed that emotion is part of being human, but domination by emotion is optional. Literacy is what makes that choice possible. Emotional literacy also prevents misattribution. You stop blaming situations for feelings that originate elsewhere. Hunger masquerades as irritation. Fatigue masquerades as pessimism. Unmet needs masquerade as anger. When you misread emotion, you solve the wrong problem. Discipline weakens because effort is applied in the wrong direction. This understanding also improves self-compassion without self-indulgence. When you know what you are feeling and why, you can respond appropriately. Rest when rest is needed. Push when avoidance is hiding behind discomfort. Literacy distinguishes between the two. Emotional control becomes natural once literacy is present. You no longer need to clamp down. You guide. You redirect. You choose proportionate response. Emotion informs action instead of hijacking it. There is also a relational benefit. When you understand your emotions, you communicate more clearly. You don't project. You don't overreact. You don't demand others regulate what you haven't understood yourself. This stability deepens trust. The Stoics believed that clarity dissolves excess emotion. When judgments are examined, intensity drops. Emotion returns to its proper size, not erased, balanced. As emotional literacy grows, inner chaos reduces. You are less surprised by yourself, less confused by your reactions. Control stops feeling forced because it is grounded in understanding. When emotions are finally understood instead of resisted, effort becomes more honest. You no longer confuse resistance with danger or discomfort with failure. And in that clarity, another weakness quietly reveals itself: the mind's dependence on reward. Most people are trained to move only when something comes back quickly. Praise, progress, relief, results. When effort produces nothing visible, motivation fades. The mind asks, "What's the point?" That question is not logical. It is conditioned. And if it goes unchallenged, it quietly limits how strong you can become. Unrewarded effort is where discipline is either forged or abandoned. When nothing external responds, there is no applause to lean on, no outcome to justify the work. Only the action remains, and that action either stands on principle or it disappears. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that effort is valuable the moment it aligns with reason, not when it produces reward. Waiting for reward hands authority outward. Accepting unrewarded effort keeps authority inside. The mind resists this because reward feels like confirmation. Without it, effort feels uncertain, invisible, almost pointless. But this discomfort is exactly what trains resilience. When you act without feedback, you strengthen independence. You stop asking the world to validate your direction. Unrewarded effort also breaks the addiction to stimulation. You learn to work in silence, to continue without emotional payoff. This removes volatility. You are no longer pushed forward by excitement or pulled back by disappointment. You become steady. There is also honesty in unrewarded work. Without reward, ego loses interest. What remains is commitment. This filters intention. You see clearly whether you care about the work itself or only about how it makes you look or feel. The Stoics believed that virtue must be practiced even when unseen and unrewarded. Otherwise, it is not virtue, it is transaction. Unrewarded effort removes transaction entirely. You give effort without expectation. This builds inner wealth. This practice also expands patience. You stop measuring progress daily. You trust accumulation. You accept that some growth is invisible while it is happening. This trust prevents frustration and quitting. Unrewarded effort trains endurance. You learn that effort does not require excitement to continue. This is critical because most meaningful achievements spend long periods unrewarded. Those who cannot tolerate this stage never reach depth. There is also freedom here. When you stop needing reward, pressure dissolves. You act cleanly, calmly, without desperation. This makes effort sustainable. Training this begins small. Doing the task without announcing it. Finishing the work without checking results immediately. Continuing even when improvement is subtle. Each time you do this, you weaken dependence on reward. Over time, something shifts. Effort itself becomes satisfying. Not because it feels good, but because it feels aligned. You are no longer trading energy for outcome. You are building character. The Stoics believed that the strongest mind is the one that can act rightly without being paid in comfort, praise, or certainty. Unrewarded effort builds that mind. As this tolerance grows, discipline deepens. You are no longer stopped by silence or lack of feedback. You continue because continuation is who you are. When unrewarded effort no longer frightens you, another illusion begins to fall apart. The idea that struggle itself is sacred, that pain automatically means progress, that exhaustion is proof of virtue. This belief is common, and it quietly misleads many disciplined people into unnecessary suffering. Struggle feels meaningful because it demands something from you. It hurts, it resists, it leaves marks, and the mind often mistakes these marks for evidence of growth. But pain is not a guarantee of progress. It is only a signal that friction exists. Whether that friction is useful or wasteful depends on clarity. The Stoics were very careful about this distinction. They respected effort, but they did not worship struggle. They believed that hardship is sometimes necessary, but never something to chase for its own sake. When struggle becomes romanticized, discipline turns into self-punishment instead of self-mastery. Romanticizing struggle often comes from identity, the image of being strong, resilient, forged by hardship. This image can be comforting. It gives suffering a story. But when the story becomes more important than the outcome, progress slows. You start choosing difficulty because it feels meaningful, not because it is necessary. The mind can become attached to struggle. It says, "If this is hard, I must be growing." That belief discourages efficiency. It resists simplicity. It ignores smarter paths. Discipline becomes heavier than it needs to be. Energy is wasted, proving toughness instead of building strength. The Stoics believed that wisdom seeks the most effective path, not the most painful one. They asked simple questions. Does this action improve character? Does it align with reason? Does it move me forward? If the answer was no, suffering had no value. Struggle without direction drains clarity. You become tired but not better, busy but not effective. disciplined in appearance but stagnant in results. This is dangerous because exhaustion can mask stagnation. You feel like you are doing something important because you are tired. Romanticized struggle also breeds pride. Enduring pain becomes a badge. You compare suffering. You justify inefficiency. You resist help. This pride isolates you from learning and adjustment. Discipline hardens instead of refining. The Stoics rejected this mindset because it distracts from the real goal: inner order. Order is calm, clear, proportionate. It does not require constant pain. In fact, constant pain often signals disorder. Something is misaligned. This does not mean avoiding difficulty. Growth often requires discomfort. The difference is intention. Useful difficulty is chosen to strengthen capacity. Romanticized struggle is chosen to validate identity. One builds power, the other consumes it. Another danger is burnout. When struggle is glorified, rest feels like failure. Recovery feels like weakness. The body and mind are pushed beyond sustainability. Eventually, discipline collapses completely. Not because effort was wrong, but because it was misdirected. The Stoics valued endurance, but they valued balance more. They believed that a disciplined life should be livable. If discipline destroys your ability to continue, it is no longer discipline. It is self-sabotage wearing noble language. Clarity removes the need to suffer unnecessarily. When you see what truly matters, you stop wasting effort on what does not. You simplify, you streamline, you conserve energy for challenges that actually shape character. There is also humility in refusing to romanticize struggle. You admit that pain is not special, that growth does not require suffering at every step. You stop proving strength and start applying it wisely. The Stoics believed that virtue should feel stable, not chaotic. A life constantly at war with itself is not strong. It is fractured. True strength moves steadily, quietly, without drama. When you stop romanticizing struggle, discipline becomes cleaner. You still face difficulty, but you no longer seek it. You accept it when it arrives. You learn from it. Then you move on. This shift also sharpens judgment. You become better at distinguishing necessary effort from wasted pain. You stop forcing growth. You allow it to unfold through consistent, intelligent action. When struggle is no longer glorified, perception sharpens. You begin to see that failure rarely arrives all at once. It doesn't announce itself with collapse or catastrophe. It begins quietly, inside. Long before circumstances fall apart, order disappears internally. This is why most people lose the world inwardly before anything around them visibly breaks. Internal loss happens when attention fragments, standards soften, and self-command weakens. On the outside, life may look intact. Responsibilities are met, roles are performed. But inside, something has slipped. Decisions are delayed, reactions increase. Discipline becomes inconsistent. This inner erosion is easy to ignore because it does not demand immediate consequence. The Stoics understood that external outcomes are downstream from internal order. A person does not suddenly lose control of their life. They lose control of their mind first. They stop governing attention. They stop choosing responses deliberately. They allow emotion, impulse, and comfort to lead. By the time the external world reflects this, the internal loss has already been complete. Most people blame circumstances when things fall apart. Bad luck, other people, timing. These explanations are comforting but incomplete. The deeper cause is usually internal neglect, a slow withdrawal from self-discipline, a tolerance for distraction, a habit of reacting instead of choosing. Internal loss often begins with small compromises. You allow thoughts to wander unchecked. You let resentment linger. You postpone effort. You indulge comfort without awareness. None of these choices feel fatal, but together they weaken the structure that holds everything else up. The Stoics believed that the mind must be governed constantly, not only in crisis. Waiting until things fall apart is too late. Internal order requires maintenance. Without it, chaos grows quietly. Another reason internal loss goes unnoticed is because it feels normal. Everyone is distracted. Everyone is reactive. Everyone feels overwhelmed. When dysfunction becomes common, it stops feeling dangerous. But common does not mean healthy. It means shared neglect. Internal collapse also hides behind busyness. You stay occupied. You fill time. You avoid silence. This creates the illusion of control. But activity is not direction. Movement without command is drift. The Stoics warned that a busy mind is often a lost one. Once internal order weakens, perception distorts. Problems feel larger. Emotions feel heavier. Decisions feel harder. You begin reacting to symptoms instead of causes. Stress increases because the mind is no longer steady enough to prioritize. External loss eventually follows. Relationships strain. Work suffers. Health declines. Opportunities slip away. At this point, people say, everything fell apart. But what actually happened is that internal leadership was absent long enough for external consequences to arrive. The Stoics believed that inner victory prevents outer defeat. A disciplined mind can navigate chaos. An undisciplined mind collapses even in favorable conditions. This is why two people can face the same situation and experience completely different outcomes. Internal order also determines resilience. When something goes wrong, a governed mind adjusts. An ungoverned mind panics. Panic leads to poor decisions. Poor decisions accelerate loss. This cycle repeats until everything feels out of control. Another hidden aspect of internal loss is identity confusion. When you stop acting in alignment, you stop trusting yourself. Self-trust erodes. Doubt grows. You hesitate more. Hesitation creates missed opportunities. The world begins closing doors not because it is cruel, but because you are no longer decisive. The Stoics emphasized vigilance for this reason, not anxiety, but awareness. Watching the inner state closely, correcting small deviations before they compound. This vigilance keeps life stable. Internal loss is reversible, but only if recognized early. The moment you notice distraction, you return to focus. The moment you notice avoidance, you choose effort. The moment you notice reaction, you pause. These small corrections restore order. Waiting for external collapse to motivate change is costly. By then, repair is harder. Energy is lower. Confidence is damaged. The Stoics believed in prevention, not rescue. Govern the inner world and the outer world remains manageable. This understanding shifts responsibility inward, not as blame, but as power. If loss begins inside, recovery also begins there. You do not need to control the world. You need to control attention, judgment, and response. As this truth settles in, discipline takes on new urgency. It is no longer about improvement. It is about preservation, preserving clarity, preserving self-command, preserving direction. When you finally see how the world is lost internally before it ever collapses outside, freedom takes on a different meaning. It is no longer about options, movement, or independence. It becomes something quieter and far more demanding. The ability to govern yourself regardless of circumstance. This is where the Stoics placed freedom, not in escape from constraint, but in mastery of response. Most people define freedom as the absence of limits. No rules, no pressure, no obligations. But a life without structure does not produce freedom. It produces drift. When nothing directs you, everything pulls you. Mood decides. Impulse decides. Circumstance decides. That is not freedom. That is surrender, disguised as choice. Self-command is different. It is the ability to choose your response even when desire pushes, emotion flares, or conditions resist. It is not about doing whatever you want. It is about not being forced into action by anything inside or outside you. That is real freedom. The Stoics believed that the only thing truly under your control is how you judge and respond. Everything else, status, comfort, outcome, opinion, can be taken, changed, or denied. A person who relies on these for freedom is always vulnerable. A person who commands their inner world remains free even in constraint. Self-command begins with restraint, not suppression, but regulation. You feel anger, but you choose your words. You feel fear, but you choose your action. You feel desire, but you choose timing. This ability creates space between stimulus and response. In that space, freedom lives. Most people never experience this freedom because they are constantly reacting. Reacting feels active, but it is passive at its core. You are being moved. Self-command reverses this. You move yourself. There is also peace in self-command. When you are not ruled by impulse, inner conflict reduces. You stop arguing with yourself. You stop justifying. You stop regretting. Decisions feel clean because they come from alignment, not pressure. The Stoics understood that a person who cannot command themselves will try to command others or circumstances instead. Control is sought outward when it is absent inward. This leads to frustration, conflict, and exhaustion. Self-command removes this need. You stop trying to bend the world. You adapt to it without losing direction. This form of freedom does not depend on external permission. You can be free in difficulty, free in silence, free in limitation, because freedom is not movement, it is authorship. You are the author of your actions, not the victim of your impulses. Self-command also creates dignity. You act deliberately. You speak with intention. You do not chase reaction or avoid discomfort. This dignity is felt by others, but it does not rely on them. It stands on its own. Another misunderstood aspect is effort. People assume freedom means ease. The Stoics believed the opposite. Freedom requires effort. Without effort, impulse takes over. But this effort is not exhausting. It is stabilizing. It organizes energy instead of scattering it. Self-command also protects against regret. Many regrets come from moments where impulse won, words spoken too quickly, actions taken too soon, boundaries ignored. Self-command reduces these moments. Even when outcomes are imperfect, you know you acted with clarity. There is also courage in self-command. It often requires saying no when yes would be easier, waiting when acting would feel relieving, standing alone when following would feel safe. This courage is quiet. It does not seek recognition. The Stoics believed that a person who commands themselves cannot be enslaved, not by desire, not by fear, not by opinion. This does not make life painless. It makes it navigable. Pain is experienced, but not obeyed. As self-command strengthens, freedom expands inward. You are no longer trapped by habits you didn't choose. You are no longer pushed by emotions you don't understand. You are no longer distracted by desires you don't need. You live deliberately. This freedom also simplifies life. Fewer reactions, fewer conflicts, fewer regrets. You stop wasting energy on things that do not matter. You conserve it for what does. The Stoics believed that conquering the world begins here, not by dominating others, but by ruling yourself. Everything else is secondary. When self-command becomes steady, chaos begins to lose its appeal. The constant need for novelty fades. The hunger for stimulation quiets. And in that calm, something unexpected becomes comforting. Predictability. Not as limitation, but as relief. Not as boredom, but as stability. This is where routine stops feeling mechanical and starts feeling peaceful. Most people resist routine because they associate it with confinement. Same days, same actions, same structure. It sounds lifeless, but what they are really reacting to is the loss of distraction. Routine removes the drama that keeps the mind entertained. And without drama, the mind has to sit with itself. That is uncomfortable at first, but it is also where peace begins. The Stoics understood that unpredictability taxes the mind. Every decision requires energy. Every choice creates friction. When life is unstructured, the mind is constantly negotiating. What should I do next? When should I start? How much is enough? These questions seem small, but they accumulate into mental fatigue. Routine removes them. Predictability creates internal peace because it reduces cognitive load. You are no longer deciding everything. Many decisions have already been made. When to wake, when to work, when to rest. This frees attention. Energy that was once spent choosing can now be spent doing or simply being present. There is also safety in rhythm. The nervous system responds to consistency. When days have structure, the body relaxes. It knows what is coming. Anxiety decreases because uncertainty decreases. This is not stagnation, it is regulation. Routine also stabilizes discipline. When actions happen at the same time and in the same order, they become automatic. You no longer rely on willpower. You no longer wait for motivation. Action flows because the path is familiar. This familiarity is calming. The mind stops resisting. The Stoics valued daily rituals for this reason. Morning reflection, evening review, simple habits repeated without variation. These practices anchored the mind. No matter what happened externally, something remained constant internally. Predictability also strengthens identity in a quiet way. You stop asking who you are supposed to be each day. You already know what you do. You already know how you act. This removes identity friction. You become consistent with yourself. There is also freedom in routine because it protects what matters. When the important actions are built into the day, they are not crowded out by urgency. You don't forget. You don't postpone. You don't negotiate. The routine carries you through low-energy days without effort. Many people confuse routine with rigidity, but a healthy routine is flexible where it needs to be and firm where it matters. It adapts without collapsing. It supports life instead of controlling it. Routine also creates space for spontaneity. When the foundation is stable, variation becomes enjoyable instead of stressful. You can deviate without losing direction. Without routine, spontaneity becomes chaos. Predictability also reduces emotional swings. When sleep, movement, work, and rest are consistent, Mood stabilizes. You are less reactive because your system is regulated. Discipline becomes easier because the baseline is calm. The Stoics believed that peace is not found by removing responsibility, but by organizing it. Routine is organization applied to time. It turns life into something navigable. As routine settles in, effort feels lighter. Days feel less heavy. The mind stops bracing. You are no longer constantly resetting. You are moving along a familiar path. This internal peace is not dramatic. It does not announce itself, but it is durable. It holds even when life becomes difficult. When routine brings calm and effort becomes steady, a new temptation quietly appears. It doesn't come as laziness or chaos, but as narration. The mind begins telling stories about what you feel, what you've overcome, what you're becoming. This is the trap of emotional storytelling, and it can undo discipline without ever looking like a problem. Emotional storytelling turns experience into identity. Instead of feeling something and moving on, the mind frames it, explains it, and revisits it. This was hard for me. This moment changed me. This is who I am now. These stories feel meaningful. They feel reflective, but they quietly keep attention anchored to emotion instead of action. The Stoics were wary of this because storytelling amplifies emotion. When you tell a story about how something felt, you relive it. The body responds again. The nervous system activates again. What could have passed becomes extended. Emotional energy that should dissolve gets recycled. Storytelling also shifts focus from discipline to experience. You start monitoring how things feel instead of whether they align. Progress becomes measured emotionally rather than structurally. Did this feel hard enough? Did this feel meaningful? These questions weaken consistency because discipline is not always emotional. Often it is neutral. There is also ego hidden in emotional storytelling. Not pride in the obvious sense, but attachment to significance. The mind wants its effort to mean something dramatic. It wants struggle to be special. This pulls you back toward romanticizing difficulty. You stop simplifying. You stop refining. You start narrating. The Stoics believed that action should be clean and quiet. Do the work. Observe the result. Adjust. No commentary required. Emotional storytelling adds noise between action and adjustment. It turns discipline into performance, even if the audience is only yourself. Another danger is repetition. When you tell the same emotional story again and again, it hardens. It becomes memory, then identity, then limitation. You begin acting in ways that fit the story instead of the present moment. Growth slows because the mind is busy preserving meaning. Emotional storytelling also interferes with resilience. When difficulty is narrated extensively, it feels heavier than it is. The mind anticipates suffering. Resistance increases. Discipline becomes emotionally loaded instead of practical. This does not mean ignoring emotion. It means letting emotion pass without turning it into a narrative. Feel it, learn from it, then release it. The Stoics practiced observation, not dramatization. They noted reactions briefly, then returned to principle. Silence plays a role here. When you stop narrating internally, emotion loses momentum. Experience becomes simpler, less interpreted, less personal. This simplicity restores clarity. Emotional storytelling also feeds comparison. You measure your journey against imagined journeys. You judge progress by intensity. This pulls attention outward and backward. Discipline thrives on forward motion, not reflection loops. Breaking this habit requires restraint. When the urge to explain arises, you pause. You ask whether the story serves action or just emotion. Most of the time, silence serves better. As storytelling fades, discipline becomes quieter and stronger. You stop needing to feel something special about your effort. You simply continue. This neutrality protects consistency. The Stoics believed that wisdom speaks softly, if at all. A life well lived does not need constant explanation, even to the self. When emotional storytelling fades, the mind grows quieter. There is less narration, less interpretation, less noise layered on top of experience. And in that quiet, a pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Whenever life feels chaotic on the outside, something is usually disorganized on the inside first. Most people try to fix external disorder directly. They rearrange circumstances, confront others, change environments, chase control. Sometimes this works temporarily, but chaos returns because its source was never addressed. External disorder is often a symptom, not the cause. Inner order is the root. The Stoics understood that the mind is the lens through which the world is experienced. When the lens is cluttered by emotion, distraction, contradiction, everything looks messy. Decisions feel urgent, problems feel bigger, people feel difficult. When the lens is clear, the same world feels manageable. Inner order begins with clarity of values. When you know what matters, choices simplify. You stop reacting to every demand. You stop being pulled in multiple directions. Without clear values, the mind becomes a battleground of competing priorities. External chaos mirrors this internal conflict. Attention is another pillar of inner order. When attention is scattered, tasks pile up, mistakes increase, and stress grows. You start firefighting instead of building. The Stoics trained attention deliberately because they knew that focus creates structure. Structure creates calm. Inner order also depends on emotional regulation. When emotions are unmanaged, they spill outward. Arguments escalate. Decisions become impulsive. Relationships strain. External problems multiply because emotional energy is being discharged instead of directed. There is also temporal order. When routines are unstable, days blur. Deadlines are missed. Rest becomes irregular. The mind never settles. Predictable rhythm restores order by creating anchors. This is why routine produces peace. It organizes time so the mind doesn't have to. Trying to impose external order without inner order is exhausting. You push, control, micromanage. You feel responsible for everything. This creates tension and resentment. Inner order reverses this. You act deliberately, then let go. The world doesn't need to be perfect for you to remain steady. The Stoics believed that a well-ordered mind adapts easily. When something unexpected happens, it adjusts without panic. When plans fail, it reorients. External order becomes flexible instead of rigid because the internal structure is strong. Inner order also improves leadership and influence. People respond to calm. They trust those who are not reactive. When your inner state is organized, your presence stabilizes others. External order often follows naturally. Another important aspect is boundaries. Inner order clarifies what is yours to manage and what is not. You stop overreaching. You stop absorbing chaos that isn't yours. This prevents burnout and conflict. The illusion that external order comes first is tempting because it feels tangible. You can see mess. You can hear noise. Inner disorder is quieter and easier to ignore, but ignoring it allows chaos to multiply. The Stoics practiced daily self-examination for this reason, not to judge, but to realign. They corrected small internal deviations before they became large external problems. This maintenance kept life stable. Inner order does not mean perfection, it means coherence. Thoughts align with values, actions align with decisions. Emotions are acknowledged without ruling. This coherence reduces friction everywhere else. As inner order strengthens, you stop chasing control. You stop forcing outcomes. You do what you can and accept what you cannot. This acceptance is not passive, it is efficient. External order begins to appear quietly. Relationships smooth out. Work improves. Decisions feel easier. Not because the world changed, but because you did. The Stoics believed that trying to conquer the world without first conquering yourself is a losing strategy. Inner order is the foundation. Without it, every external victory is unstable. And once inner order is firmly in place, another discipline emerges naturally: the need to remain unimpressed by yourself, to avoid turning progress into pride, and to understand why humility protects strength better than self-admiration ever could. When inner order finally stabilizes, progress becomes visible. Habits hold, reactions soften, life feels more aligned. And this is exactly where a new risk appears, subtle, quiet, and often overlooked. The risk of becoming impressed with yourself. Progress feels good. It should. But when satisfaction turns into admiration, discipline begins to weaken. Not immediately, slowly, almost politely. Pride does not arrive as arrogance. It arrives as self-congratulation, as inner applause, as the thought, "I'm doing well now." The Stoics warned about this stage because it is where many people stop growing without realizing it. When you start admiring your discipline, you stop questioning it. When you see yourself as strong, you become less vigilant. Attention shifts from practice to identity, and identity, once solidified, resists further refinement. Being unimpressed by yourself does not mean denying progress. It means refusing to idolize it. You acknowledge effort, then you return to work. No ceremony, no internal narrative, just continuation. This protects momentum. Self-admiration feeds the ego's need for status, even if no one else sees it. You begin comparing yourself to who you used to be, or to others who are less disciplined. This comparison feels validating, but it subtly lowers the bar. Growth slows because effort is now measured against others, not against potential. The Stoics believed humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. When you stop focusing on how disciplined you are, discipline becomes cleaner. You act because it is required, not because it confirms an identity. Self-impression also creates fragility. When discipline becomes part of how you see yourself, failure feels threatening. A missed habit now challenges identity. This leads to defensiveness, excuses, or avoidance. Remaining unimpressed keeps identity flexible. You fail, you adjust, you continue. No drama. There is also clarity in neutrality toward yourself. You see strengths and weaknesses without distortion. You don't inflate success. You don't catastrophize mistakes. This objectivity allows refinement. Pride blocks feedback. Humility invites it. The Stoics practiced this by focusing on principles rather than outcomes. Did I act with reason today? Did I respond with restraint? These questions are quiet. They do not flatter. They guide. Being unimpressed also preserves effort. When progress is not celebrated internally, motivation stays grounded. You don't burn energy on self-evaluation. You conserve it for action. There is freedom here. You stop chasing the feeling of being disciplined. You stop performing strength. You simply live it. This makes discipline durable. When progress becomes steady and inner order holds, the greatest danger is no longer chaos. It is comfort with yourself. The quiet moment when you begin to admire your own discipline. When effort turns into identity. When growth becomes a mirror you keep checking. This is where discipline must sharpen again, because self-impression is where momentum quietly slows. Being impressed by yourself feels harmless. You've earned it, the mind says. Look how far you've come. Look how different you are now. And while acknowledgement is natural, admiration is something else. Admiration creates a pause. It invites rest where continuation is needed. It turns discipline into a finished product instead of an ongoing practice. The Stoics were deeply cautious of this stage. They believed that the moment you start believing you are disciplined, you stop asking whether you are acting with discipline. Identity replaces vigilance, and identity, once comfortable, resists correction. Self-impression shifts attention inward in the wrong way. Instead of watching actions, you start watching your self-image. You measure how strong you feel instead of how aligned you are. This creates fragility. A single lapse now threatens who you think you are, not just what you did. The mind becomes defensive. Excuses creep back in, not to avoid effort, but to protect identity. Remaining unimpressed by yourself preserves flexibility. You succeed without clinging to success. You fail without collapsing. Progress becomes neutral information, not a source of pride or shame. This neutrality is strength. It allows adjustment without emotional friction. The Stoics practiced humility not as self-denial, but as realism. They knew how easily the mind turns improvement into entitlement. I've been consistent, so I deserve ease. I've grown, so I can relax my standards. These thoughts sound reasonable, but they mark the beginning of decline. Discipline weakens not because effort stops, but because vigilance does. Being unimpressed does not mean ignoring progress. It means acknowledging it briefly, then returning to practice. No celebration, no narrative, no internal applause, just the next correct action. This keeps effort clean. Nothing is inflated, nothing is dramatized. There is also clarity in this stance. When you don't romanticize your own growth, you see gaps honestly. You notice where attention slips, where comfort sneaks back in, where consistency softens. Pride blinds. Humility sharpens. Another danger of self-impression is comparison. Once you admire yourself, you begin measuring against others, even silently. I'm more disciplined than I used to be. I'm ahead of most people. This comparison lowers the ceiling. Growth becomes relative instead of absolute. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They believed the only meaningful comparison is between action and principle. Being unimpressed also protects long-term momentum. Pride wants payoff. It wants recognition. When recognition doesn't come, motivation wavers. Humility does not need payoff. It continues quietly. This is why humble discipline lasts longer than proud discipline. There is a psychological relief here. You stop carrying the pressure of being the disciplined one. You are allowed to be human without negotiating identity. A missed day is a correction, not a crisis. This keeps you moving forward instead of restarting emotionally. The Stoics believed that virtue should feel ordinary to the person practicing it. If it feels special, something is off. Strength should be stable, not exciting. Calm, not impressive. When discipline feels normal, it is integrated. When it feels impressive, it is still external. Being unimpressed also reduces ego fatigue. Constant self-evaluation is tiring. Am I doing well? Am I improving? Am I disciplined enough? These questions drain energy. When you stop asking them, attention returns to action. Action is lighter than evaluation. There is also dignity in quiet continuation. You stop announcing progress internally or externally. You let results accumulate silently. This dignity is felt by others, but it does not depend on them. It stands on consistency. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves how much remained to be learned, not as self-criticism, but as perspective. No matter how disciplined you are today, there is more clarity ahead, more refinement, more depth. This mindset keeps growth open-ended. Remaining unimpressed does not diminish joy, it deepens it. Satisfaction becomes calm instead of inflated. Pride fades. Contentment grows. You enjoy alignment without clinging to it. This discipline also guards against stagnation. When you stop celebrating yourself, you keep moving. The path stays alive. Effort stays honest. When self-admiration no longer distracts you, the mind becomes practical again. Less concerned with how things feel, more concerned with how things actually unfold. And in that grounded state, another quiet discipline appears. Learning to face pain before it arrives, instead of being shocked by it when it does. Most pain feels overwhelming, not because it is unbearable, but because it is unexpected. The mind resists what it did not prepare for. It tightens. It panics. It multiplies suffering through surprise. Anticipating pain removes that surprise. It takes away pain's greatest weapon. The Stoics practiced this deliberately, not to become pessimistic, but to become resilient. They believed that rehearsing difficulty in the mind reduces its emotional charge in reality. When you expect hardship, it does not feel like an injustice. It feels like part of the path. Anticipation does not mean dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It means acknowledging that effort brings resistance, that discipline brings discomfort, that loss and frustration are natural parts of living. This acknowledgement keeps the nervous system from being shocked when difficulty appears. Pain becomes more manageable when it is familiar. The mind says, "I knew this was coming." That sentence alone restores control. Instead of reacting emotionally, you respond structurally. You adjust pace, you breathe, you continue. Unexpected pain feels personal. Anticipated pain feels procedural. One attacks identity, the other tests endurance. This difference changes everything. The Stoics believed that suffering is amplified by resistance. When the mind argues with reality, this shouldn't be happening. Pain doubles. Anticipation removes that argument. You are not fighting reality. You are meeting it. This practice also builds courage. When you face discomfort mentally, you stop fearing it. Fear comes from uncertainty. Certainty, even about pain, creates calm. You are no longer guessing what it will cost. You already accepted the cost. Anticipating pain also prevents quitting. Many people abandon discipline not because pain is too strong, but because it arrives unexpectedly. They assumed progress would feel smoother. When it doesn't, discouragement sets in. Anticipation removes false expectations. You don't feel betrayed by the process. There is also honesty in this approach. You stop pretending growth is comfortable. You stop waiting for ease. You move forward knowing resistance is normal. This honesty strengthens commitment. The Stoics practiced negative visualization not to dwell on loss, but to reduce attachment. When you imagine discomfort, loss, or effort ahead of time, you weaken their emotional impact. When they arrive, they feel smaller. This also applies to emotional pain, criticism, rejection, failure. When you accept that these will occur at times, they lose their sting. You don't collapse, you adjust. Anticipating pain also clarifies values. When you know something will hurt, you are forced to ask whether it is worth it. If you still choose it, commitment deepens. You are no longer surprised by the cost. You paid it willingly. There is power in choosing pain consciously instead of being dragged into it. Choice transforms experience. Pain chosen strengthens. Pain resisted weakens. The Stoics believed that preparation is a form of freedom. You are no longer at the mercy of circumstance. You are ready. Readiness removes fear. This practice does not make life bleak. It makes it stable. Joy becomes richer because it is not expected constantly. Comfort is appreciated because it is not assumed. Anticipating pain also sharpens gratitude. When ease appears, you notice it. When difficulty arrives, you endure it. Both become part of a balanced life. Over time, pain stops feeling like an enemy. It becomes a signal, a training ground, a reminder that you are alive and capable. When pain no longer startles you, desire begins to look different, less urgent, less commanding. You start to notice that desire has a rhythm. It rises, peaks, and fades if nothing interferes. And this is where a subtle but powerful Stoic skill appears, the ability to let desire expire on its own. Most people either obey desire or fight it. They indulge it quickly or they suppress it harshly. Both approaches keep desire alive. Indulgence rewards it. Suppression gives it importance. The Stoics chose a third path. They observed desire without feeding it and without resisting it. And in doing so, they discovered that most desires are temporary by nature. Desire feels convincing because it speaks in the language of necessity. It says now. It says relief is required. It says action must be taken. But when you pause and observe it, something surprising happens. The urgency softens. The intensity drops. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. Desire weakens when it is not obeyed or dramatized. The Stoics believed that desire is not the problem. Attachment is. Desire itself is a sensation paired with a thought. Attachment is the belief that you must act on it to be okay. Letting desire expire naturally breaks that belief. You learn that nothing collapses when you do nothing. This practice begins with attention. When desire arises, you notice it clearly. Not the story around it, but the sensation, where it sits in the body, how it moves, how it changes. You do not label it good or bad. You simply watch. This observation creates distance. Distance removes compulsion. Desire often feeds on imagination. The mind projects pleasure forward. It paints relief in vivid colors. When you stop entertaining these images, desire loses fuel. It becomes a feeling instead of a fantasy. Feelings pass quickly when they are not fed. There is also humility in this skill. You stop assuming every urge deserves action. You accept that the mind produces many impulses that have nothing to do with your values. This acceptance is freeing. You are no longer at war with yourself. You are simply selective. The Stoics understood that the more often you let desire pass, the weaker it becomes over time. Not because you suppress it, but because the mind learns a new lesson. Desire does not control outcome. This lesson compounds. Each time you wait, restraint strengthens. Letting desire expire also restores clarity. When desire fades, you see the situation more honestly. Many things you wanted intensely seem unnecessary after a short pause. This clarity prevents regret. You act less impulsively and more deliberately. There is also peace in this practice. Fighting desire creates tension. Indulging it creates dependence. Observing it creates calm. You are no longer pulled back and forth. You remain centered. This skill also strengthens discipline without force. You are not relying on willpower. You are relying on time and awareness. Time does the work. Awareness holds the line. This makes discipline sustainable. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from not being compelled. When you can sit with desire without acting, you are free. You are no longer reacting to inner pressure. You choose. Letting desire expire also reveals priorities. If a desire returns repeatedly, calmly and consistently, it may point to something meaningful. If it fades quickly, it was likely noise. This distinction matters. You stop confusing impulse with purpose. This practice also applies beyond physical desire. The urge to speak, to check, to respond, to explain. Many of these urges fade if left alone. Silence often reveals they were unnecessary. Over time, the mind becomes quieter. There are fewer internal demands, less negotiation, less friction. Desire stops dominating attention. Life feels simpler. The Stoics did not seek to eliminate desire entirely. They sought to place it under reason. Letting desire expire naturally is how that placement happens. Desire becomes advisory, not authoritative. This skill also supports long-term goals. Short-term desires lose their power to derail progress. You stop trading future alignment for immediate relief. Discipline becomes easier because there is less to resist. When desire no longer rushes you, another force becomes easier to see clearly. Anger. It arrives fast, loud, and convincing. It presents itself as strength, as self-defense, as moral clarity. But the Stoics saw anger for what it truly is, not power, not truth, but a failure to look ahead. Anger lives in the present moment only. It reacts to what just happened without considering what will follow. Words are spoken, actions are taken, lines are crossed, and only afterward does foresight return, usually in the form of regret. This is why the Stoics rejected anger completely, not because they denied injustice, but because anger blinds the mind to consequence. Anger feels justified because it carries energy. It feels decisive. It creates the illusion of control. But that control is false. In anger, you are not choosing, you are being carried. The mind narrows. Options disappear. Everything becomes about immediate release. This narrowing is the opposite of wisdom. The Stoics believed that every emotion contains a judgment. Anger's judgment is simple. This should not have happened. That judgment ignores reality. What happened already exists. Fighting it emotionally does not undo it. It only adds damage. Anger also assumes short timelines. It wants relief now, expression now, dominance now. Foresight thinks differently. It asks what this reaction will cost later: relationships, reputation, self-respect, momentum. Anger does not ask these questions. That is why it feels powerful in the moment and destructive afterward. Another danger is that anger feels righteous. It convinces you that you are standing for something important. But righteousness without foresight becomes cruelty. Many harms are committed not by people who think they are wrong, but by people who are angry and certain. The Stoics understood that strength is not loud, it is controlled. When something goes wrong, the disciplined mind asks, what response preserves order? Anger asks, how do I discharge this feeling? These are very different goals. Anger also weakens authority. A leader who reacts in anger loses credibility. A person who erupts loses dignity. Even when the anger is understandable, the loss of control undermines the message. Calm firmness carries more weight than emotional force ever will. There is also inefficiency in anger. It wastes energy. It escalates situations that could have been resolved. It creates new problems while trying to address old ones. From a Stoic perspective, this is irrational. A response that multiplies difficulty cannot be wise. Anger often comes from surprise. Something violated expectation. Anticipation, which you learned earlier, reduces anger's grip. When you expect imperfection, mistakes, resistance, and ignorance, anger has less room to form. You are not shocked, you are prepared. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They assumed people would disappoint them, that plans would fail, that obstacles would arise. This assumption did not make them bitter, it made them calm. Calm preserves foresight. Anger also collapses the pause you have trained so carefully. It demands immediate action. Mastery requires delay. Even a short delay allows reason to return. Most anger cannot survive a pause. It feeds on speed. Understanding anger as a failure of foresight changes how you meet it. Instead of identifying with it, you treat it as a signal that something was not anticipated properly. This shifts responsibility back to preparation and judgment, not emotion. This does not mean tolerating injustice or remaining passive. The Stoics believed in firm, rational response, correction without heat, action without rage, boundaries without cruelty. These responses require foresight. Anger undermines them. When you remove anger from your decision-making, life becomes quieter. Conflicts shorten. Regret decreases. You stop saying things you must later repair. Self-respect stabilizes. Anger promises strength, but delivers weakness. Foresight promises patience, but delivers control. The choice becomes obvious once you see the cost. When anger loses its grip, the inner world begins to organize itself. There is less noise, less urgency, less emotional pressure demanding action. And in that calm, a structure becomes visible, one that determines whether discipline holds or collapses. The hierarchy inside you, who gives orders and who listens. Most people live with mood at the top. How they feel decides what they do. If energy is high, they act. If motivation is low, they wait. If emotion is heavy, they retreat. This feels natural, but it is unstable. Moods change constantly. A life governed by them has no consistent direction. The Stoics believed that reason must sit above mood, not because mood is bad, but because it is unreliable. Mood is information. It reports the state of the body and mind. Reason interprets that information and decides what matters. When mood commands, life becomes reactive. When reason commands, life becomes intentional. An internal hierarchy does not eliminate emotion. It assigns it a role. Emotion speaks, reason listens, reason decides. This order reduces inner conflict. You no longer argue with yourself endlessly. You acknowledge how you feel without obeying it blindly. Putting reason above mood feels uncomfortable at first because it requires acting against internal weather. You may feel tired and still act. You may feel anxious and still speak. You may feel unmotivated and still show up. This discomfort is not cruelty. It is leadership. The Stoics compared this to governance. A city ruled by public emotion collapses. A city guided by law survives. Reason is the law of the inner world. It protects long-term stability from short-term impulses. When mood is allowed to lead, discipline becomes conditional. Everything depends on feeling ready. This creates inconsistency. When reason leads, discipline becomes reliable. You act because it is aligned, not because it feels good. This hierarchy also protects against emotional extremes. Joy no longer makes you reckless. Sadness no longer paralyzes you. Anger no longer hijacks you. Emotion informs, but reason filters. Reason above mood also preserves self-respect. You stop making promises you only keep when you feel like it. You stop explaining behavior with emotion. You own your actions regardless of internal state. The Stoics believed that freedom depends on this order. A person ruled by mood is enslaved to fluctuation. A person ruled by reason remains steady through change. As this hierarchy strengthens, inner peace deepens. You trust yourself more. You know who is in charge. When reason is firmly placed above mood, the mind begins to crave fewer things. Not out of denial, but out of clarity. You start to see how much noise once passed for necessity, how many distractions were tolerated simply because they were common. This is where minimalism stops being aesthetic and becomes ethical. It sharpens moral clarity by removing what interferes with judgment. Moral confusion rarely comes from lack of intelligence. It comes from excess. Too many options, too many desires, too many voices competing for attention. When everything feels important, nothing is clear. Minimalism strips life down to essentials so reason can see without obstruction. The Stoics understood this instinctively. They believed that excess clouds judgment. When you own too much, want too much, chase too much, your decisions become compromised. You start making choices to maintain comfort rather than uphold principle. Minimalism removes these hidden pressures. When you have less, decisions simplify. You are not constantly weighing trade-offs between convenience and integrity. You are not negotiating with yourself about what you deserve. The fewer attachments you have, the easier it is to act rightly. Not because you are more virtuous, but because there is less temptation pulling you sideways. Minimalism also clarifies responsibility. When life is cluttered, it is easy to blame circumstances. Too busy, too overwhelmed, too distracted. When life is simple, excuses disappear. You see clearly what you choose and what you avoid. This honesty strengthens discipline. There is also a psychological benefit. A simpler environment reduces cognitive load. Fewer objects, fewer commitments, fewer inputs mean fewer decisions. This preserves mental energy. With more energy available, reason stays sharp. Fatigue is one of the greatest enemies of moral clarity, and minimalism protects against it. Minimalism also reveals values. When you remove the unnecessary, what remains matters. You see what you are unwilling to let go of. That is where your priorities truly lie. This awareness is uncomfortable but powerful. It aligns action with principle. The Stoics did not believe in minimalism as deprivation. They believed in sufficiency. Enough food, enough comfort, enough resources. Anything beyond that required scrutiny, not because pleasure was evil, but because dependence was dangerous. When pleasure becomes necessary, principle becomes optional. Minimalism also weakens fear. When you have less to protect, you are less anxious. When you are less anxious, you are less likely to compromise values under pressure. Fear distorts judgment. Minimalism reduces fear by reducing stakes. There is also freedom in not needing much. When desire shrinks, choice expands. You are no longer cornered by circumstance. You can say no more easily. You can walk away more calmly. Moral clarity thrives when exit routes exist. Minimalism also sharpens time. When commitments are reduced, time opens up. You are no longer rushing from obligation to obligation. This space allows reflection. Reflection strengthens reason. Reason strengthens ethics. The Stoics believe that a person who needs little is difficult to corrupt. Bribes lose appeal. Threats lose power. Social pressure weakens. Minimalism creates this resilience quietly. You are less exposed because there is less to leverage against you. This does not mean withdrawing from life. It means engaging deliberately. You choose what enters your world. You choose what stays. Everything else is noise. This selectivity protects attention and judgment. Minimalism also brings humility. You stop equating worth with accumulation. You stop confusing status with virtue. This humility keeps ego in check. Ego clouds moral clarity by prioritizing image over truth. When life is simpler, actions become cleaner. You know why you are doing what you are doing. You are not juggling hidden motives. This integrity feels light. It reduces inner tension. Minimalism also reinforces the internal hierarchy you've built. Reason stays in command because it is not constantly negotiating with excess. Mood quiets because it is not overstimulated. Discipline stabilizes because there is less friction. The Stoics believe that clarity is fragile. It must be protected. Minimalism is one of its strongest defenses. It removes distractions before they become temptations. As this simplicity settles in, morality stops feeling abstract. It becomes practical, daily, obvious. You do not debate right action endlessly. You see it clearly because nothing is in the way. When moral clarity sharpens, choices become more honest. You start seeing decisions not as isolated moments, but as directions, paths. And in that awareness, one choice begins to define everything else, the choice between short-term relief and long-term discomfort. Short-term relief is seductive because it works immediately. The tension drops, the pressure fades, the mind relaxes. Long-term discomfort does the opposite. It asks you to stay with effort, with uncertainty, with delayed reward. The difference between these two choices is rarely dramatic in the moment, but it is decisive over time. The Stoics understood that most people do not ruin their lives through major mistakes. They drift through small decisions made for relief. Skipping effort because you're tired. Avoiding conversation because it's uncomfortable. Choosing distraction because focus feels heavy. Each choice feels harmless. Together, they shape a life. Short-term relief trains avoidance. It teaches the mind that discomfort must be escaped quickly. Over time, tolerance shrinks. What once felt manageable becomes unbearable. Discipline weakens because the nervous system is trained to flee at the first sign of strain. Long-term discomfort trains capacity. It expands tolerance slowly and quietly. Each time you stay with effort instead of escaping it, the mind learns a new lesson. This is survivable. This lesson compounds. Discomfort loses its threat. Effort feels less dramatic. The Stoics believed that relief is not evil, but timing matters. Relief taken too early undermines growth. Relief taken deliberately restores strength. The problem is not rest. It is impulsive rest. Rest chosen to avoid effort erodes character. Rest chosen to support effort strengthens it. Choosing long-term discomfort also preserves self-respect. You know when you are avoiding something important. That knowledge lingers. It creates inner friction. Acting despite discomfort resolves that friction. You feel aligned even when the action is hard. There is also strategic intelligence here. Short-term relief solves immediate sensation. Long-term discomfort solves underlying problems. One treats symptoms, the other builds structure. The Stoics valued solutions that reduced future struggle, not just present pain. This choice also affects confidence. When you consistently choose relief, confidence becomes fragile. You doubt your ability to endure. When you choose discomfort repeatedly, confidence stabilizes. You trust yourself more. You know you won't abandon yourself when things get hard. Long-term discomfort also simplifies decision-making. When your rule is clear, I choose what strengthens me. Negotiation ends. You stop asking how you feel and start asking what builds capacity. This clarity reduces mental fatigue. The Stoics believed that ease should follow effort, not replace it. Comfort earned reinforces discipline. Comfort taken prematurely weakens it. This order matters. Over time, choosing long-term discomfort reshapes identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone who avoids difficulty. You become someone who can sit with it. This identity is quiet but powerful. When you consistently choose long-term discomfort over short-term relief, something subtle begins to form beneath the surface. Not confidence in the loud sense, not motivation, but trust. Trust in yourself. And this kind of trust is not built by thinking well of yourself. It is built by watching yourself do what you said you would do. Most people think self-trust is a feeling, something you either have or don't. The Stoics understood it differently. They saw self-trust as evidence-based. You trust yourself the same way you trust anyone else, by observing behavior over time. Words mean little. Repetition means everything. Every promise you make to yourself creates a test. Wake up early, stay consistent, speak honestly, finish what you start. When you keep that promise, something inside you stabilizes. When you break it, even quietly, something weakens. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the mind remembers. Broken promises to yourself are especially damaging because there is no external repair, no apology, no explanation that fully resolves it. The disappointment stays internal. Over time, it creates doubt. You stop fully believing your own intentions. You hesitate. You delay. You negotiate. Discipline suffers not because you lack will, but because trust has been eroded. The Stoics believed that integrity begins inward. If your inner word means nothing, outer discipline collapses. You can force behavior for a while, but without trust, effort becomes heavy. You are constantly dragging yourself forward instead of being carried by momentum. Kept promises remove that friction. Each follow-through is a deposit. The account grows slowly, but steadily. Eventually, you don't need to convince yourself to act. Action feels natural because the mind expects follow-through. This expectation is powerful. It removes debate. Many people undermine self-trust by making promises that are too large, too vague, or too emotional. I'll change everything. I'll never do this again. These promises are dramatic, but fragile. When they break, trust takes a big hit. The Stoics favored small, clear commitments, promises you can actually keep. Self-trust grows fastest through modest promises honored consistently, simple actions done daily. These do not excite the ego, but they train reliability. Reliability is the foundation of discipline. There is also humility in this process. You stop over-promising. You stop using intention as identity. You let action speak. This honesty protects self-respect. You are no longer pretending to be who you want to be. You are practicing who you are becoming. Self-trust also changes how you handle difficulty. When things get hard, doubt usually appears. Will I quit? Will I avoid this? If trust is strong, these questions don't arise. You already know the answer. You've seen yourself act before. This trust reduces anxiety. Many people are anxious not because life is uncertain, but because they don't trust their response to uncertainty. When you trust yourself, the future feels less threatening. You know you will show up. The Stoics believe that freedom depends on this trust. A person who cannot rely on themselves is constantly seeking structure outside. Rules, pressure, fear, external control replaces internal reliability. Self-trust removes this need. Keeping promises to yourself also clarifies values. You stop committing to things you don't truly intend to do. You become selective. This selectivity strengthens focus and reduces inner conflict. There is also a moral dimension. When your word matters to you, integrity becomes natural. You don't need to perform honesty. You live it. This integrity stabilizes character. Self-trust is fragile early on. It must be protected. That means fewer promises, not more. Clear promises, kept promises. Over time, trust becomes resilient. Occasional failure does not destroy it because the pattern is strong. The Stoics practice this through daily review, not to judge, but to assess. What did I say I would do? What did I do? This feedback loop strengthens awareness and responsibility. As self-trust grows, discipline becomes lighter. You stop forcing yourself. You stop doubting yourself. Action flows because trust removes resistance. When self-trust becomes steady, effort feels cleaner. You act, you follow through, you move on. And this is where another subtle discipline appears, one that protects everything you've built. The ability to accept outcomes without commentary. Most people don't suffer because of what happens. They suffer because of what they say about what happens. The internal narration that follows every result. The judgments, the replays, the meanings assigned. Success becomes pressure. Failure becomes identity. Neutral outcomes become missed opportunities. The event passes, but the commentary keeps it alive. The Stoics understood that outcomes are facts, not verdicts. They happen, they arrive, they leave. Commentary is optional, and when it becomes habitual, it quietly destabilizes inner peace. Commentary often sounds reasonable. I should have done better. This proves I'm improving. This always happens to me. These thoughts feel reflective, even responsible, but reflection turns into rumination when it adds no corrective action. At that point, commentary stops being useful and starts being corrosive. Accepting outcomes without commentary does not mean indifference. It means clarity. You observe what happened, extract what is necessary, and let the rest go. No emotional inflation, no personal attack, no unnecessary meaning. The Stoics believed that once an action is complete, it belongs to the past. Keeping it alive mentally gives the past authority over the present. This is wasted energy, energy that could be used to act again, better, cleaner, calmer. Commentary also distorts perception. Success gets exaggerated, failure gets magnified. Both pull you off center. Pride creeps in after success. Self-doubt creeps in after failure. Discipline becomes reactive instead of steady. When you accept outcomes neutrally, equilibrium remains. You are not lifted by praise or crushed by disappointment. You stay available for the next correct action. This availability is power. There is also humility in accepting outcomes quietly. You stop dramatizing progress. You stop catastrophizing setbacks. You recognize that results are influenced by many factors, some within control, many not. This realism protects reason. The Stoics separated effort from outcome. You are responsible for intention, preparation, and execution. Outcome belongs to fate. When you confuse these, you burden yourself with responsibility you cannot carry. Commentary is how that burden shows up. Accepting outcomes without commentary also shortens emotional recovery time. Instead of reliving what happened, you return to the present. Recovery becomes immediate. Momentum is preserved. This discipline also strengthens resilience. When outcomes no longer define you, risk feels safer. You are willing to act boldly because failure does not threaten identity. You learn faster because mistakes are not emotional events. Commentary often disguises control. The mind believes that by analyzing outcomes endlessly, it can prevent future discomfort. But most improvement comes from doing, not narrating. Adjustment requires attention, not judgment. Accepting outcomes quietly requires restraint. The ego wants a story. It wants credit or justification. Letting go of that urge feels exposed at first, but that exposure is freedom. You are no longer managing self-image through results. This practice also deepens focus. Without commentary, attention stays forward. You stop looking back unnecessarily. Life becomes lighter because fewer things are being carried mentally. The Stoics believed that peace comes from agreement with reality. Commentary is resistance in disguise. Acceptance is alignment. Alignment restores calm. Over time, this discipline changes how you experience life. Wins feel satisfying but not intoxicating. Losses feel disappointing but not defining. Neutral outcomes feel neutral. Emotional extremes soften. Accepting outcomes without commentary also protects self-trust. You don't punish yourself emotionally for results. You stay fair. You stay grounded. This fairness keeps discipline humane and sustainable. There is also dignity here. You act, you observe, you adjust. No drama, no inner noise, just clarity. This does not mean you stop learning. You still reflect, but briefly, precisely, and only to improve future action. Once the lesson is extracted, the story ends. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is one that does not argue with what has already happened. Acceptance without commentary is how that calm is practiced. Every lesson you've just heard points to one quiet truth. The world is never conquered from the outside first. It is conquered in silence, in restraint, in the choices no one sees. And in the moments where you choose principle over comfort, reason over mood, and discipline over impulse, you don't win life by overpowering others, but by governing your reactions, your attention, your desires, and your habits, day after day, without drama. When the inner world is ordered, the outer world loses its power to shake you. That is Stoic victory. If something in this message stayed with you, don't rush past it. Let it settle. And if one idea challenged you, or one lesson reflected something you're working on, leave a comment with the words, "I choose self-command," and share which principle hit you the hardest. Writing it down is a small act of discipline, and small acts are how everything changes. If you're walking this path of self-mastery and quiet strength, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. New lessons are coming, and they're built for those who want control of themselves before control of anything else.